the power that is me. You try to take me down, stop the show. Seems you've never tasted fear, a loss of control. The power lives in me, the power that is me. We are destined fire, trapped in a lost machine. Don't know how long we've waited, as the eight man's watching. We are destined fire, looking through a screen. Don't know how long we've waited, as the eight man watches.
Okay, so we're gonna hope today's stream does not break midway, and this will in fact be the last one before I'm home, so it'd be nice if we had no problems. But we'll see. We'll see. I think I found out what the problem was, though. Stupidly, I just imported all of my settings from my house for when I set the Streamlab, because I didn't want to really go through the whole song and dance of doing everything again. And I think I need a slower bitrate because I'm not in America. So I need to set it lower because I guess YouTube servers or whatever aren't like anywhere near me anymore. So hopefully that was the problem because it's been fixed. If it's not, well, oh well. Dimitri Monroe is smart. That's true. That's so true. Speaking of Dimitri Monroe being smart, so how about that Switch 2, guys? No one's gonna buy it. It's gonna be just like the Wii U again, right? $80 game, drop the price. We're not paying for that. Yeah, that's what I thought. That shit was sold out everywhere within like, I don't know, nanoseconds of it being dropped. It's absolutely fucking insane. And you know it's the same exact fucking people who are spamming the Nintendo tweets with, oh, drop the price, drop the price. And I fucking wanted one. I was honest and I didn't get it. So that's awesome. It was a great way to start my day. I know they wouldn't drop the price. I'm a prophet. No, you have 3 fucking brain cells. No one except a Nintendo fan is stupid enough. Can't believe you make the
Switch 2 more expensive. How could you?
No one but a Nintendo fan is stupid enough to ever think that. But thank you for 29 months, Ninja. And yeah, I am evil. Yeah, no, it's my fault. I've done everything in the world, as I've been told multiple times. But it was so funny because I saw this video the other day that chat user Neo sent. I don't think he's here, but it was essentially like Mario Kart World is going to destroy the series and doom Nintendo, and it's all gonna fail. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. These people live in their own fucking world. It's actually insane. Oh, that is bright. Like, don't get me wrong, if you're one of those people who have fucking standards and morals and you're like, I'm not buying it, it sucks, it's not worth it, good for you. But you need to also be able to read the room. I knew that shit was gonna sell like hotcakes. So annoyed too. I wouldn't even give a shit. You guys just know me. Say it every stream now, I'm a racist. I love Mario Kart, I love racing. It's my pastime, it's my hobby, it's my passion. Oh, let me cheer you, best girl male in question. Well, I'm a man. So no. Best girl is in fact Philia. I was originally trying to do a little funny meme with the thumbnail and make you think I was talking about Sachi, because Sachi's good. Sachi's, you know, a sleeper pick. But could not resist the truth. As you guys know, I cannot lie. I still feel like the camera's not in a good place, but again, we're gonna be here for like, again, another week. I'm not too worried about the stream setup for now. Oh man. I just got flashbanged by, I don't want to say this, my fears. I went to choose which game was streaming and I saw Kingdom Hearts. Because again, I imported my settings. Alright, so I want to get that crisp SAO music on. As I said, it's usually off for me because when I grind and stuff. So what I usually do for these streams, in case this is the first time you come, I love SAO, fun fact. But anyway, before the DLC drops, there's like a prelude chapter, which you can do beforehand. I don't do them, I just do them on stream because usually they're connected in one story. God, she's so cute, dude. Philia's cool because I believe you eat the mods and stuff, so you can just get constant buffs, which is nice because there's so many useless buffs. Sachi fights in support with long-range two-handed spear. Her unique skill can provide recovery, while her advanced skills can buff your party, making her one. Okay, so she's a buffer. 6 new weapons, new stamps. Okay. Tell me if the volume, this volume might be low. I don't, again, not home, as you can tell. so it's pretty hard to judge audio levels. Thank
I
you.
finally watched all of Mob with my mom. Be greater than 2K3.
I hope you enjoyed it, man. I love that. That used to be one of my top 5. Oh, dude, it said Mob. Okay, did anyone else hear Mob? Like Mob Psycho? I was like, oh, awesome. Full Magma's Brotherhood, also used to be part of my top 5 as well. Great show. Coldest take in the world, I imagine. We do not respect 2003 figs here, though. I'll say that much. I'm gonna say like 20. Does this sound good, guys? I heard Mob. Okay, yeah. I'm interested to find someone interested in SAO. That's a lot of interesting. What's the appeal at this point? Legitimately, it's become so far removed from its original point that it's almost unrecognizable. I don't think so at all. Almost every arc is about, you know, exploring a video game world, essentially. Especially as a hashtag gamer, I play a lot of games, I think. Going from, I mean, SAO itself, Ironclad is still my favorite arc. I love Ironclad. But, you know, I like, you know, seeing like the Battle of Bullets going into like a different genre of game. Alicization is just easily the best written one, so it has that going for it, and it also returns to the fantasy setting, so I really like it. And even though Alicization is closer to a normal isekai, for sure, it's still within a game. It still has gaming mechanics. I fucking love game mechanics, bro. I fucking hate all these YouTubers who are like, oh man, I don't know, isekais are ruining this and that. There's like a million of every genre coming out. It's just the same thing you have with these like shonen figs as well, where people only look at, you know, the most high level of production, or I should say like only one area, like what's popular right now. Because SAO is obviously huge in Japan, and it has influenced a lot. As, you know, something like Mushoku Tensei, you know, another big isekai, which is my favorite anime / light novel. Also does. What did you think of the latest Blue Archive PV? Dude, it gives me hope. 2020, sorry to get off topic before immediately going back. It gives me hope, man. This might be my year. I might get my Mario. I fucking love plug suits, and God, a plug suit with like, you know, the vest. Oh, dude, I'm looking forward to what's coming in the next few years, which is nice. Especially because there were so many people doom posting like last year because of the main writer leaving. Fuck him, by the way. I saw by far one of the best examples of story managing to add on top of the previous arcs over being very disconnected. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, not to get on you, my boy, but it seemed completely, ironically disconnected from the reality of it. As I was saying, I think it's done a pretty good job of staying within theme, but tackling it in different ways. Why do I dislike the previous main writer? I fucking love his writing, dude. It's not that I dislike his content. I mean, Volume 3/4 is still the best content narratively you can get in the game, but he fucked over Blue Archive, if you don't know. So to TLDR that before we start this, basically, the main writer for the game, I forget his name at this point in time, so excuse me. You know, he did Volume 3 and 4, and, you know, Blue Archive is you know, there's multiple people working on it, but he was the lead writer, essentially. So at that point, he was going off to make his own thing, essentially.
Monty Sensei reacted to your Bridget video. He agreed with everything you said in it.
I don't know who that is, but I appreciate that, Chaos. Thank you very much for the 5. I'll go back to that real shortly. Thank you again. But essentially, basically, so Next Song was making a sister project to Blue Archive, and they might still be doing that. It's called Project KV. It still had halos, but it was more sword and focused instead of gun focused or whatever. It had a, you know, a slightly different twist on the whole thing, but it was supposed to take place in the same world. And when that was being worked on, the old main writer and a few other people kind of broke off and took all the like the documents that they were working on, like all the like pre-work that went into creating the setting, and they tried making their own company and their own game. And essentially what ended up happening, obviously, It caused a whole bunch of problems for the company because they were definitely working on company time, like trying to screw over Nexon and Blue Archive by pulling this all away. And obviously Nexon was able to prove that like this was theirs, right? Like they were trying to screw over the company, they were trying to steal. There's a lot that goes into this. I'm sorry if I'm kind of glancing over stuff or not remembering everything completely accurately. But essentially what ended up happening is it really just screwed over BA and the players. And it screwed over the students in the only way you don't ever want to screw over the students, right? So basically we end up never getting any of the content from KV. We lost a great writer because again, he's a shitty person, but man, you know, I liked his content that he produced. So fuck him is how we got to that from all that. SAO hate is generic at this point. Kirito calling himself the Black Swordsman is still late. Nah, dude. Kirito's the coolest guy I know. When I think the Black Swordsman, I think this motherfucker right here. But I do agree with your main point. It's really lame and gay. SAO hate. It feels really forced in a way. I really like SAO. It kind of just feels like that pseudo-intellectualism that you have throughout YouTube that was really growing at that point in time in the anime community. People trying to, you know, seem super highbrow and super intelligent. And I don't think you need to be like super intelligent, super highbrow, whatever, to have good content. I think you can just be something fun and you can have a lot of really cool ideas. I wouldn't even say I think SAO is just kind of like dumb fun. I think there are, especially during later parts like localization, very good writing, characterization, cool moments. But I mean, more than anything, kind of in that way, SAO kind of captures, like, if I was 15 and writing something, you know, I would think SAO was the coolest thing ever. And that's not like a slander to it, because the truth is, the things you think are cool when you're 15 are the things that are cool. Not the shitty, like, you know, you get to this like fake maturity that you see in modern games where everything's so serious and like afraid to be cringe and like has to be self-mockery. Like, I love how genuine SAO is. It's really cool and fun. And especially if you go back to a lot of the criticisms of SAO at the time, there would be like stuff like, there was rape in this show? They can't do that. The fan service, this and that, the misogyny. It's stuff that, as you see, has just gotten worse and worse and worse.
It feels like Andor fans trying to defend Grape in Star Wars while also not being able to say Boba Fett's ship's name.
Thank you for the 5-8 and thank you for always finding a way to bring every topic of conversation back to Star Wars. And seriously, thank you for the 5. That whole, I don't even know what's going on with Star Wars right now. It seems very funny to me. The Force is now rape, I guess, or something. I don't know why I'm setting up my emotes. There's no reason to do that. I'm not playing multiplayer right now. So these are the lead up. And you'll have to excuse me, I probably won't be talking in chat a lot during actual text segments, personally. Just because I'm trying to absorb the information. As a streamer, that's very hard. It's very hard. The pseudo-intellectual SAO criticism was organic. Nerds I knew IRL dropped at episode 4. I kind of appreciate it, and well, I mean, it's organic in the, you know, the age-old saying of cool opinion, did you get that from a YouTuber? So it is in that sense. But you have to keep in mind, in like Japan, SAO was super popular. It still is to this day. It's one of the most popular franchises. That's why you can't escape it, because like Japan loves it and whatnot. And when it was airing, SAO is one of the most popular shows there was, period, which is why it, you know, became this punching bag, because it was the popular thing. And, you know, I try to judge things on my own merits. Sometimes I'm not going to like something because it's popular, and I'm also not going to dislike something because it's popular. But anyway, to address that comment, I saved this picture because you guys are going to have to inform me. I have no idea what this anime is. I've never seen it before in my life. But TLDR, what the fuck is that? As you can see here, like this isn't a meme. You know how we have the classic meme of like, oh, the Netflix adaptation, they made them black, which yes, is true. But this is just it's just, you know, art imitates life, life imitates art. Kagaguri, thank you, Donnie. This is insane though. Look at this shit. They couldn't even afford a mask. No, I've never seen this. I feel like SA was responsible for most new anime fans in 2012, 2014. If it was, it would give you a better breed of fans than you're getting today. I'll say that much. Ghost Stories is relatively popular in Japan. Like like the whole thing that Ghost Stories is a bad anime. That's why they dubbed it like that, to make it like interesting, or you know, try to turn it into something good. That's just a fucking fake lie. And I mean, I cover that in one of my localization videos, because most stuff surrounding justification for localization is usually fake, almost constantly.
何かしら?
I still don't understand why Administrator wears pants in this game. Because there's bikinis. Like, there's bikinis in this game. So it's like, I feel like it can't be a censorship thing. But why does her main outfit have pants? Is it to make you want to buy the bikini? Because if she was, you know, rocking the vag out, no one would buy anything else? Think about this every time we stream this. SAO was my first proper anime, as in that I consciously knew it was anime. I feel like, in terms of consciously knew it's anime, I think it was Fruits Basket, because obviously I watched Pokemon, Dragon Ball, but like, as like a dumb baby, I didn't realize, you know, this is a Japanese thing. It's just like, oh, it's another show on TV. Death Gun has like the Frieza in Dragon Ball Super effect in this, in that, well, not that I didn't really care for Frieza before, but I was never really a Death Gun guy, but this game does so much for his characterization. It's always fun seeing him bounce off people or just threaten to kill everyone, and they're like, you card, that's hilarious. He probably has the best line in the story mode too. So is the SAO hate the result of the anime fucking the pig? Dude named Zelda, you're gonna have to clarify. I don't understand the reference, or I don't get the joke. I'm old. I don't know what the hell that means. Check Discord after the scene, sure. We saw this last stream. I don't know if we're gonna see it much this stream, because obviously I haven't seen these. But usually with SAO localizations too, they have a very old style localization in that they're not great. But they have like typos and shit. It's not like weird. We're not gonna hear spouts of like Gamergate or sus or whatever. Like, we're not gonna have modern memes, but we might see some funnies, which is fine. I prefer that. Obviously, I want an authentic translation, but you know, if there's gonna be problems, I'd rather it just be due to, well, the guy wasn't being paid enough. Like, it's just, yeah, exactly. It's just low quality, not malicious. Or it might have just been AI at this point. AI translation's getting more popular. Fucking the pig is Hick speak for fumbling the bag. I wouldn't say they fumbled the bag. I mean, SAO hate was very profitable. You look at Mother's Basement, his entire career was built off of it. Same with Digibro. And I mean, look at those people, right? Look at your average SAO hater. One guy's wife is a literal internet prostitute, has pictures of other men touching her on the internet. The other Digibro's a whole can of worms. His wife got impregnated by that Ethan Ralph guy, fucking political commentator. Oh my god. And then, you know, Digibro's now a woman. Again, not looking too strong on the SAO hater side. I'm on the right side of history, I feel. Ew! I'm gonna assume that's because I said Ethan Ralph. Oh man. Dude, I saw a clip of DSP the other day
それに
of him
ほんの少しだけ
failing the Oblivion
郷愁を
lockpicking
感じる
thing.
わ
That mildly
失わ
funny.
れた何かあるいはどこかを探し求めている
そんなことをしても
でもそれは決して手に入らないあなたにもそれは分かっている
Because I clearly missed a whole arc. Good luck.
黙れ
I used to
ここには面白い
I used to still like
ことが
watching Digibro videos, even though I pretty much thought he was wrong about 90% of things he said.
坊やが原因なのかしら
But I found them interesting. You know what? I say that all the time. It's a lot of the people I follow and stuff I will disagree with a lot, but if I follow someone, it usually means I find them interesting in some way, right? Like I think hearing their bad opinions will give me a better understanding of how to argue with this or that thing, or maybe I just like what they say. I just agree with them. You know, that's entirely possible. But I saw all that. But the point of the story is I saw all that happen in real time. People hate SAO are either cucks, woman beaters, and pedophiles. True. SAO is a trad man story. The man SAO John SAO has a wife and child by like episode 5. All right, it's a happy family story beginning to end. They hate that. I think that was one of the early Mother's Basement criticisms, because there's a point in early SAO where Kirito gets like admin access for like a second, and in that second he uses it to revive Yui, his AI daughter. God, I wish that was me who had an AI daughter. And one of the Mother's Basement thing is why didn't he get them out of the game? And it's like, it's one thing to criticize a character not acting in character and being stupid, like stupid for the plot, but a character acting irrational because of the emotional weight of the current thing going on makes like that's good writing. That's how a person physically acts. Like his wife's crying, they're in the process of trying to save her. Of course, that would be the one thing he would do at that moment. Again, it's just a pseudo-intellectual actually, like it's a cinema sins ding, but treated as actual criticism. And again, all this is not to say there's no like if you if you just don't like SAO, good for you. I don't want people pretending to like things I like. That's a nightmare in basically everything, right? Good for you, buddy. Have it your way, whatever. But the problem with this, a lot of SAO hate is just like a lie, illogical, just isn't actually based within an actual criticism of it. And
Was
that's a
Sword Art
problem.
Online Season 2 woke or just bad?
Neither. SAO season 2 came out like, I don't know, probably like a decade ago, man. Woke was not in our vocabulary. I like SAO season 2. There's not there is a singular arc of SAO I don't like, and it's just because it's bad. Yeah, 2014. Holy shit, that was a decade ago.
黙れと言っている
Also, sorry, I'm
当てずいるを
part of me having to speak and absorb this means I'm taking it in slow
あら
parts.
そうまあそうね
Apologize if
こ
anyone
の
besides
世
me
界で
cares
は
about this
私の知
cutscene.
り得る情報にもでもそれならどうして私に銃を向けているのかしら
貴様に
You know, SAO was very progressive. It started with male rapists, and we ended with a female rapist. I think that's very inspirational.
姿が消えたあなたそんなこともで
That's
きる
her,
の
by the way. She grapes.
これは思った以上だわもう追いかけっこはおしまい結構楽しめたわ
You tried pre-ordering Switch. There's no Switch 2 pre-orders on Amazon. Well, maybe there is for you. I'm not in America right now, but I live in America, so I would have to pre-order America. Amazon does not take first-party Nintendo pre-orders for something that is new because they always break street dates, so it doesn't
どうして
release
自分の位置が
till
分かった
later on
のか
Amazon.
と言いたげね
I got it in cart on Target and GameStop, and then it sold out immediately.
その疑問に
Because I guess
答える
people are
権利
so
は
mad
私にはない
about
けれど
Mario Kart costing $80 that they just were like, we're gonna buy them all. That shows you, Nintendo.
安心して。あなたの気配を消す技量は
My thoughts on the pre-order process and everything surrounding the Switch tour at the beginning of the stream. In case you want to go back and look. You can. I am serious. I can be serious. But yeah, no, that's why it's not going up on Amazon. At least in America, not everywhere else.
暗素術という新生術。こちらの世界風に言うと、暗素には新生力。あなたたちに分かる誰かが草や花を踏みつければ、そこから微量の新生力が漏れる。例えば、
Pretty sure people buy the Switch 2 to own us brokies. Man, that's epic. Nintendo fans are some high functioning. Think it better to get it early so you can hack it once exploits. Yeah, usually getting a... I got my Switch, my first Switch, like a year after it came out, and I still had a hackable model. Usually it's not till after the hack gets figured out that exploits start getting patched in the hardware side. So you don't really need to worry about getting in that early, but... She's grooming it now. She's trying to groom Death Gun. She can't be stopped, dude. Oh, also, I got the meme Goku shirt on. I got this while I was here. The Xenoverse 2 face. It's pretty good.
何を言い出すかと思えば貴様に使えるそんな
あの坊やを好きにさせてあげるもし私の騎士になったらあの坊やをあなたの好きにしていいわあなたはただうなずきさえすればいいの
黒の剣士は俺の力だやはり時間の
Oh. You okay, Barber?
思ったより堅くななのね
I can't repeat most of the words you said.
ああいう頑固な子には今までとは違った方法でも坊やといいあのデスガンといい
Yeah, I'll try not to stop these cutscenes so much. Otherwise, this would be like a 5-hour stream. The story is something that happened during the investigation into Galactic Incident in Log Cabin, both Star Units, and I wonder if usually these connect to the new DLC. I wonder if we're breaking a tradition here. How do y'all feel about Cyberpunk being one of the only few Switch 2 games that are actually physical? Dude, that whole shit's a scam. Like, because they're selling it like the Switch 2 game card thing, like it's a game card that, you know, unlocks the data. What is the fucking point? The only actual benefit and convenience of physical is that I put that thing in my Switch, I put that thing in my DVD player, whatever it is. And it just works. I don't have to download anything. I don't have to deal with modern technology. There is no convenience offered in being a game key. When the Switch 2, like, or 10 years out or whatever, and Nintendo kills online, because they always do it so quickly, there's just going to be a desert of Switch games. Like, none of these cards will mean anything or have anything. It's ridiculous. Especially because they were like, oh, dude, finally, digital games with the convenience of physical is what they said in the presentation. I'm like, what are you talking about? Digital is the convenient because you can download it everywhere. The only reason you buy physical is for that, A, you're a collector, or B, just to have guaranteed access, you know? You don't want to pay $25 to upgrade your Switch games? Dude, everything about the Switch 2 is insane. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm making fun of these people who are like, the Switch 2 is gonna sell like the Wii U, no one's gonna buy it, because I'm not a fucking idiot. But like, I do agree, everything with it is just ridiculous. The main reason I want to get the Mario Kart 8 bundle is because like it's the only way getting like that bundle. If the Switch was like $100 left and that bundle costed that, but you know, having Mario Kart 8, that'd be fine. Like that's the only thing that was at a decent price, the Mario Kart 8 bundle, because it was the same price as the normal system but just with the game. So you get that $80 value with it. It's probably the only thing I'm buying on Switch too, honestly. Again, just being a racist. I love racing. Dude, I hate how hard it is to just buy things. The only time in recent memory, and it was because it's Valve, and Valve is like one of the most reliable companies. In some ways, not all. But like when I was getting my OLED Steam Deck, that is the only time, I think in the past 5 to 10 years, that I went through like a pre-order online process and it just worked. There was no issues. Even food is too expensive these days. Yeah, I mean, everything's expensive, that's true. I feel like there's not enough silica figs. I feel like it's very rare I find a silica guy, and I think that's a shame. She's cute. The switch to embracing digital games is probably the worst thing to ever happen in gaming. Oh yeah, all three have now embraced digital gaming market. You own nothing. The Switch setting the precedent for $80 is awful, and we're gonna see it get worse, because I promise you. Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna be $100. Or something around there. It's gonna be ridiculous. And people will buy it! Yeah, GTA 6 will be $100. Also, this is very nostalgic for me because not only is the lighting awful here, I'm streaming like very late at night here, which I haven't. I mean, I guess I've probably done it sometimes in the past couple years, but when I first started streaming, when I was a little babby, I used to always stream at like 7 p.m. or like 9 p.m. at night. Just because, you know, I was going to school, right? I didn't have any other fucking time to stream. I am very tired. Should I read ReZero on Witch Call translation site? I checked briefly, and the wording they use made me suspicious. I believe that's where I read it. I don't know if you have many other options if you're not versed enough or willing to do it yourself. I'm gonna say it's understandable to be cautious, but I can't give you an alternative unless you are willing to go that extra mile. Yeah. Because I believe that's where I read everything as well. But I mean, this is always with fan translations, whether it's because of hashtag woke nonsense or just me disagreeing with translation stuff. I usually always end up dealing with that to some extent. I'm having trouble remembering anything specific though. Wonder if Nintendo's trying to suck everyone's soul dry. Well, they are a company. Companies are not your friends. As much as people act like, oh, Nintendo! They're for the people! Take my money! Let me wire you my paycheck directly. I am not in the States. I am not doxing myself beyond that, but I'm not in the States right now. And that will be until like the 7th of next month. So only like 2 more weeks. It's been nice, but even like with all this setup, it's just hard to work when you're not like. I mean, I don't know like how many people here have any self-employment or hobby. Really, either or. Just when you're out of your element, it's very hard to get into like the zone still. I'm grateful for all this. because I was able to get a lot more work done than last time I left.
わかった。それじゃ、ご主人様のシリカと
But
仲良
still,
くなれ
you
ば
know, you miss.
きっと大丈夫。
I'm a routine person, right? I like my comfort zone. Have you ever read the manga Spider-Man Octo Girl? No, I want to. I haven't. It's a pretty cute and nice story. I also heard it was a little funny. But yeah, no, I've been wanting to. Someone else asked me semi recently.
私ですか？
Is that the one with I forget, it's the cherry blossom spider. I don't know. It's rose spider.
そう。ピナちゃんの代わりに。
Something with cherry blossom aesthetic. I remember a lot of pinks. That's cute.
シリカちゃん、いい。
So true.
ユナさん、どうかな、シリカ。
Sakura spider, thanks. I said everything but the actual correct thing.
ね、気持ちいい？はい。でもちょっと恥ずかしい。
The Kates this have to be like extra sensitive to this kind of thing, right? Because they're cats.
ピナが出てきた。
Oh, to touch a cat girl's ears, dude.
シリカちゃんとユナが仲良くしてるから安心して出てきたんだね。あ、ピナちゃん。よしよし。ピナちゃんもいい子いい子。
I know someone's gonna very much enjoy this perspective.
ピナ。
I like Morgana. Fuck you.
ユナさん撫でるの上手かも。そうだった。
Morgana hate is like a I played chapter 1 classic Persona fan. I love that guy.
ピナちゃんが歌ってる。
Or played in English. I imagine Morgana's English voice is not that great.
シリカ、ピナを撫でながらよくユナの歌を歌ってるもんね。ピナも覚えちゃったんだよ、きっと。
I found out there are multiple companies in India named Syscon. That's funny. Do I get you ever get I forget, it's an American company, but there's something called Cunny, and I don't know what it does. But I love that every time they post, there's always like Blue Archive Avies all over it.
確かに。そっか。すみません。
Oh, it's a college. That's funny. Yeah, I mean CUNY. It'd be funnier if it was a high school, but college is still funny.
どうして謝るの？シリカ、本当にユナのこと好きだもんね。リズさん、私、それじゃ今度デュエットしようよ。いいんですか？もちろん。この前誰かと一緒に歌うと、どの人ともどんどんな。
Oh yeah, bringing us back to the topic of Grape. Can anyone explain to me what's happening in Star Wars right now? Why is the Force rape now?
今の声は？
I actually, for the record, I know it does have to do with Andor. That's the one thing I know. I enjoyed Andor season 1. It was one of the only like Disney things I saw to any extent. But I didn't even bother with season 2 because every time a company like a Disney or whatever releases a show and its season 1 is good, season 2 is going to be dog shit. Season 2 always, what they usually do is, you know, season 1's the bait. They get you on the line, they get you interested, they make you care about a character. And then season 2, they just put in all the fucking ideology stuff or whatever they're pushing to try to sell. You see that with everything. I think that okay, for the record, I always thought Arcane was bad, but apparently even people who liked season 1 of Arcane were like, season 2 just fucked everything up. And kind of the same reasoning. Just like Daredevil Born Again. Holy fuck, dude. Dude, oh my, that is not Born Again. But the original Daredevil Netflix, that is good fucking television. Most of the time. And I kind of went back, if you remember the last time we talked about this, I was like, you know what, I'm not watching anything after season 3. I'm not putting myself like through the torture of watching Born Again because it's probably not going to be great or whatever, because stuff started coming out about it. And apparently it's worse than expected because it always is. But I started watching like all the other stuff that came out. Like I watched the fucking She-Hulk episode where they raped Matt. You can't do that. You can't rape the Daredevil. The Daredevil, the Joker. Are none of our heroes safe anymore, guys? That was abysmal dog shit. How is Karen Page not the worst person Matt slept with now? That was fucking dog shit. I only watched that episode of it. It was dog shit. And then I watched like 2 episodes of Hawkeye. I fell asleep. That shit was boring. Then I didn't finish Echo, but we started it. And like the beginning has Kingpin being like, "Oh, I've never seen someone keep up with Daredevil before."
Watching
You
the ear
did last
section of
week.
your Amy vid gave me flashbacks of the way they handle Transformers, mainly the shipping stuff. I swear they made every other character gay.
Thank you for the 10 Sonic Extreme. I appreciate the message. I appreciate the donation. And I have heard that a lot. I don't know anything about Transformers. I'm gonna be real with you. I know literally zero. But I keep hearing that on my comments. So it's a generally agreed with sentiment. IDW just ruins everything with the shipping stuff. Apparently, they treat everything as their own personal toys instead of like, oh, how do we be true to the spirit of this project? No real surprise. I guess honestly, I feel like I'm just gonna optimize. Yeah, we're not gonna worry too much. I like the Penguin Show. Many people are praising it compared to Breaking Bad. I haven't seen the Penguin Show. I did watch. I watched the Batman. I really liked it. But I didn't watch the Penguin Show. No. I'll probably get to it. I'm not. I'm feeling. I'm going through all like I'm going through most of the Netflix stuff. Anything that is connected to Daredevil right now. So I'm all superheroed out. And things are getting not great. But yeah, dude, I know we're talking about Matt getting, you know, in the butt from She-Hulk, but what they do to Kingpin is like so much fucking worse throughout all these shows. Like, first of all, they're like slutting him out, right? They just put him in like every show to show up and get his ass beat the job. So it's like, that's cool, right? Because this guy fucking ruled in you know, the Netflix Daredevil. Like, he shows up in fucking, it's Hawkeye, right? He shows up in Hawkeye in like the schmuckiest fucking outfit I've ever seen. Hold on. Oh man, I love the JFIF. My favorite extension. Anyway, if I showed you this image of the Kingpin, you would think he's like on some like island vacation, right? Like he's in the Bahamas. Like sipping on, you know, what do people sip on in the Bahamas? I don't know, like an iced tea, a cold iced tea. But no, this is Christmas time. Yeah, Christmas, yeah. What the fuck is this? And then he just takes a bullet in the head from like some random Indian girl or whatever. Like he just shows up, so you're like, oh my god, they took out the Kingpin. You know? And then I fucking Pina Colada, thank you. God damn it, why didn't I think Pina Colada? And then like, so one of my favorite things about Kingpin, or not, that maybe not favorite things, but like I really enjoyed the relationship between him and Vanessa, especially towards the end of Daredevil, how it's used both narratively for him and the fucking speech Matt gives about how it sets up that dynamic at the end of season 3. Actual fucking Kino, dude, cinema. It was great. And then apparently in Born Again, he just gets cucked. The Kingpin. Who's cooking the fucking Kingpin? You can't do that! Like, I like flabbergasted, genuinely, about everything I hear and see from Born Again. I get so fucking mad. Kingpin was on his homeless man arc. And they don't even explain anything. Like, you know, obviously season 3 sets up the dynamic with Matt, and then like suddenly he's back on the streets and born again.
Using my member milestone to tell everyone to read Land of the Lustrous.
I don't think I'm watching your Japanese Steven Universe, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. But thank you for the 29 months. It was some random dude too? Oh, what the fuck? It wasn't even like a superhero? Or like, I don't know, some other like mob boss? It was just fucking John from down the street? Like, you can't do that! I'm so fucking mad about this shit. I need to play the game. Yo, I said we haven't finished Echo. I'm like shocked. I thought nothing could be as bad as Hawkeye. And then we watched like the first half of Echo and I'm like, I can't do this. I'm done. Yeah. They're making season 2 and it'll be totally better. Oh, for Born Again? Yeah, I'm sure. Aren't they doing the like Punisher, or excuse me, like Police Bad thing for Punisher? I'm sorry, that's not even a good way to describe this. But you know what I mean? How people always be, or specific types of people that you find online will be like, all people like Punisher for the wrong reasons, the chuds, they don't understand the character, this and that. Like, isn't that actually part of the fucking plot line with him showing up? Yeah. Obviously Punisher hates like corrupt cops, like that's a, you know. He punishes. He goes, ah, it's punishing time. He takes him out. I actually did start watching the Punisher show for the Netflix one. It's okay. The Punisher does not, so the weird thing about that show is it's like, it feels like a stage play. It takes place in like a basement with 2 guys like 90% of the time. And it does not feel like a, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the Punisher has enough going on to warrant that. It's just kind of okay. But it's somehow better than everything else from Netflix and connected to Daredevil since. Which is not a high bar, I think you can kind of understand from everything I've said. But it's okay. I'll give it that. There's a YouTuber called Jester Bell. Made a video talking about how modern movies can only depict men either sad, depression, loner, or goofy and comedic. Yeah. I think that's part of a larger problem in that, like, you know, it's that Fox maturity that I talked about earlier, where it's like, we can't take ourselves seriously, you know? Everything has to be a joke. So that's why it's either depressing and emasculating, or it's, again, he's like a goofy character. And I was feeling that with when I watched Hawkeye. Hawkeye's like not in his fucking show. It's about some fucking girl who I thought was his daughter, but is just some random like fangirl that he's passing his mantle on to. I only watched 2 episodes of that, but it was dog shit.
Here is some money for the hospital bill from saving us from watching Marvel slop. Get well soon, champ. Pensive face emoji.
I do what I can for the people, Pluka. Thank you. I appreciate it. So usually for these missions to get the max rank, which gets you a cosmetic or something usually, I believe you need a much higher thing than I'm at. But for the sake of stream, I should probably just not worry about it. We should probably just marathon through these guys. Huh, marathon, there we go. Oh wait, this guy had it. Okay, this was the extra boss. Okay, usually the extra bosses have the cosmetics. There's something extra you get for S. It's been a long time since I played the single player. I mostly play this game multiplayer. I have not watched Indie Cross. I don't like indie games. I'm a hater. I hate indie games. The indie games are the future, are the cartoons or cinema of video games. And speaking of, When I was watching that video about how the Switch 2 and Mario Kart World is going to ruin Nintendo and no one's going to buy it, he was calling He was calling Mario Kart World ugly, which was unfathomable to me. Because I think that game does look very nice, no matter what you think about monetization and whatnot. But anyway, and he was listing off like good art styles, and he used like Celeste as an example, and I started cracking the fuck out. Like if I'm meant to be...
When you think about it, Hawkeye series is the true example of a boomer giving all their knowledge to a stranger instead of family. Thoughtful face emoji.
I want to go back to that real quick. That was a great comment. Thank you for 5. Well, to be fair, there are good indie games, just like there are good AAA games. There's good games in every spaces, but it's the kind of thing where I've become an indie game hater in terms of speaking on indie games, because I just can't fucking stand the people who eat the indie game slop. Because a lot of the problems that you see in the AAA scene, you see it in the indie game scene as well. Everyone's copying the same thing. There's another fucking horror game where you're buying things like Repo or Lethal Company came out like a day ago. It's the 5th one this week. There's so many indie games who are just either copying with the current trend or like, hey, you remember that game from when you were a kid? We remade it, but we made the character a woman. Doesn't that make you want to buy it? It's like, no, that usually just makes you want to play the actual game. But there are actually good indie games out there. But I just don't find indie games to be in a different space than AAA. I think it's the exact same. And going back to the donation from Iron Puka, that is hilarious. Honestly, I don't have much more to say about that. That's just true. That's a very good comment. That really is a perfect metaphor for boomers. I fucking hate boomers. Literally get no greater satisfaction than screwing over their children and the world at large. What is even the argument? Mario Kart World should have a pseudo 8-bit graphics, much better style for it. Yeah, I don't even understand. I think he was just listing off games with a good art style in general, like not to say you should be 8-bit, but it's like, I don't... It's a hot take if I say I don't really think Celeste looks all that impressive. Like, it looks like a billion other indie games that I've seen. That's a cute Len decal, I like that. I wish you could actually use these as stamps instead of on my player card. It's a cute outfit. Celeste is slop, true. I like indie games, and I loved it since also most indie games back then at least were affordable and more fun to play. Yeah, that's fair. Again, I don't mean to like... I'm an indie game hater, but I'm not actually trying to be like, don't play indie games. Like, they're great. They're great games at every level. I'm looking forward to a decent amount of them myself, just like I am for AAA games. I just don't think either space is actually any different, so I go on the defensive. I also tend to not like indie games that are like the super popular, not because they're bad, but they just don't appeal to me. Like Shovel Knight didn't appeal to me, Celeste didn't appeal to me. Like anytime there's like a really popular indie game, it just doesn't do it for me. But there are indie games that I like. I think one of these recent streams I talked about, like X Zodiac, which is like a Star Fox like. I liked that. I'm looking forward to Rollin' Rascal right now, which is a Sonic like. No, I didn't play Amari. Amari's in a weird place where I feel like I would like it, right? And people tell me there's like syscon stuff in it, so it's like, yeah, that's appealing to me. But also a lot of really annoying people like Amari, but my opinion as an outsider is it's like Monogatari, where it's like it has all these things that these people should hate, but like it is a good product no matter what if you like that stuff or a lot. So all these people have to act like it's subversive or it's not there, or they have to say this is my favorite game ever but I hate the CP, and I'm like, what? That kind of thing. But I do think I would like it if I would play it. For the record, I do think it'll appeal to me, but I haven't gotten to it. Yuna was not even there. You just lied to Yuna. Dude, I love Ordinal Scale. I don't know if I'd suggest like skipping to it or anything. I never suggest skipping anything, but just as a movie, especially if you like SAO, it's so good.
お礼だったらエイジに言ってあげて。はい、彼にも助けてもらったからありがとう。きっとお礼を言われたら
Granted, it's like a big payoff, so yeah, you probably should. You should probably make your way to it. Let me word it like this. It is, when you get to ordinal scale, it feels really good. It's a really great payoff for everything.
ちょっと疲れちゃったし、お茶を入れましょう。
What do you think about Hollow Knight and the Silk Song Truther? There's nothing I look forward to more than a Nintendo Direct and no Silk Song announcement. But yeah, that's again one of those things. Like, I didn't really care for Hollow Knight. And I don't think Hollow Knight's bad. Again, I'm not saying a lot of these games are bad. It's just they don't appeal to me. Every time there's like a popular indie game, it's not one that I really like.
そのさっきのユナさんの歌なんですけど。
Omari's creator is a Shotokan.
私の歌？
She did cuck out on Twitter before and apologize to people. So that's pretty lame. But from what I know, I remember one of the original like when she was trying to make Omari. I am cruel, I'm sorry. I'm evil. When she was trying to make Omari, one of the like story outlines or where she started was like the main character was always meant to be a Shota who was addicted to jerking off. From what I've been told. That could not be a true story, but that's what I've been told. That's the thing she has said, which is very funny. You gotta start somewhere.
だからもしよかったら
Shota Gunner Pro Tag, yeah.
歌ってもらえませんか？
Hey, everyone needs representation in video games.
もちろん。そうだ。
Never say
それ
Gunner,
じゃあ
man. I hate that word.
さっき話したデュエットしようか。そうなの？みんなとって。私たちみんなが一緒なら心ずそれに歌って大勢で歌った方が歌うのは歌姫の前もうまあここにはそうね。それじゃあ決まり。別にうまく歌おうとか。じゃあ私に合わせ。楽しかった。
I'm trying to lock in and actually get through this, by the way. I think more people have been reclaiming the characters from Mario recently at that space. I like to hear that. I like to hear that in that, like, people are always like, oh man, these people ruin the fan base. It's like, no, don't let them have it. Just take it. That's yours, man. Be annoying. Be the guy. Also, I'm not skipping. They were saying, oh, we should all sing together. I read very fast if I'm paying attention. They're saying, you know, we wanted to do a duet, and then we're like, oh, we should all do a duet. And they're like, oh, well, at least the boys aren't here, so it won't be embarrassing. And now they're all doing a duet and singing together.
はい、楽しかったです。ユナさんと一緒に歌えるなんて、なんだか夢みたいで。夢じゃないよ。
The only reason people probably think I read slow is because you experience me when I stream.
私も楽しかった。
If I actually pay attention, I'm a very fast reader.
久しぶりだったし。そうね、スカッとしたわ。みんな最高だったよ。キリトとかエイジとか。キリトさんですか？確かにみんなの前で歌うのはちょっと恥ずかしいかな。
I actually don't. I probably don't have dyslexia. I think I have streaming-induced dyslexia.
私も女の子だけならいいけどね。そっか。次はシノンとアリスにも一緒に歌ってほしいな。もちろん唯一。それからクイネラにカーディナルにシャーロットにネイシュもいるし、皆さんと一緒なら私も勇気は案外好きかもしれないな。でもうまく乗せれば歌ってくれそうよね。
I have dyslexia. Understandable. It's rough out here. That's what watching anime sub does to you. Become a fast reader. Yeah, that's true. That's probably a big contributing factor.
それじゃ次はもっと大勢でみんなで歌おうね。はい。
So something I was going to talk about in relation to being annoying, being like, so one of the always things is, you know, there's, and this is part of the like people being afraid to, you know, be serious or whatever, right? or shying away and everything being irony poisoned, and like, oh man, you can't care, caring is cringe. For a long time, there was a very prominent thing for like anti-censorship, anti-localization, that, you know, you need to be like the bigger man and just kind of like point out the things, but never like be annoying and obnoxious and loud. And I, as long as I've been making videos, pretty much, at least for the majority of my time, I've been saying, no, be annoying, be loud. That's the only way you get shit fucking done, right? It's by being obnoxious, and I've always been campaigning for that. And there's been a lot more of that recently, thankfully, in terms of people doing that, and we've actually seen change being done. But anyway, the topic I was moving to is, you know how Nexus mod always takes down basically anything that's politically right, or perceived as politically right. Like when people remove Type A and Type B from games as in mods and whatnot. So that again has been happening. Yeah, don't be a fucking Kazu. That has again been happening, but it happened with Oblivion this time, the Oblivion remake that got shadow dropped the other day. And the mod kept being taken down from Nexus. But what they did, instead of just like putting it up on DG mods or whatever, which they did, but more and more accounts, like people who are subscribed to Nexus, like their highest tier, which is like 200 a year, started uploading the mod again. Like, so they were just every hour another version of the mod coming up, and eventually, apparently, I saw it said, because I saw Nexus, the Twitter account was tweeting out that they kept the mod up. I don't know if they went back on that again, but they're just letting it stay up now. And that's just what because enough people were just like, fuck you, and were just super loud about it, started costing them money, and actually forced them to like have a fucking standard for once. Again, I hate Nexus. I'm not saying this means you should ever use Nexus a good, but like this is like an example of what people need to do, right? And it's so funny because it's like it's because it's Elder Scrolls, right? When you think of Nexus, you think of Skyrim mods, you think of the Elder Scrollers. It's their biggest demographic, and pissing those people off, that's like your core audience, man. So of course it actually had an effect for once. But anyway, cool story, I guess. Only time to pay for Nexus was a huge Skyrim pack I wanted to play and couldn't bother with a slow download. I know that feeling. I would never give Nexus money, but I do know that feeling. I think if I was an older man and I was on Nexus back when they had like the permanent highest tier, like you pay one time 200 and you have it for life, that I might have done. Just because that's a one-time payment and done. I'm not paying Netflix's subscription service, and also at that point in time, I probably would have had a negative perception of them. So I think I probably would have done that, but at the point in time I started using Nexus, there was no way it happened. I'm really trying. Okay, I was trying to read Chad, but it wouldn't let me. Do you know what this horse race stuff is? Horse racing is super popular in Japan. So if you follow a bunch of Japanese accounts, that's probably just why. But it's like really big, really talked about. So I don't know. Maybe something happened recently. I don't follow horse racing, but it's a general statement. If you follow a lot of Japanese accounts, you're probably gonna see it. It's a virtual horse race thing. Okay, why are you quoting horse? Alright, well, ask these people in chat. They apparently know more than me. Why would people pay for mods? Dude, yeah, no, I'm right with you, man. I think it's insane that we are letting people, like, even charge for mods. Like, it is insane that modders actually try to charge people now. Because that's not your fucking assets, right? That's not your thing. You're jeopardizing not only yourself, but more at stake, right? If you have companies starting to come after you because you're making money off of their thing. Like, morals of it aside, There's so many issues you're introducing by doing that.
でお姉さんはお悩みを解決するのもと実は私も強くなりたいんです。
Dude, I love Yui
リトさんと
so much. We need to talk about my goat, Heathcliff, making just the sexiest woman in the world. I want to remind you guys, I did the measurements. Yui, for some reason, does in fact have the biggest ass in this game. If you put the bikini on every girl. God bless Heathcliff. My goat. Goodbye, Ariosh.
パパとママの親なるほどな。キーボーとあーちゃんじゃなら私たちでトレーニングしようよ。ちっちゃくたって戦えるってところ。それいいね。ゆいちゃんはセンスあるからきっとすぐに強くなるよ。
This isn't a playable mission.
悪くない考えだな。キーボーたちには内緒で強くなったところを見せてあげようか。
I always avoid mods that require me to join a Discord server. I wish I could say that, but it's impossible to get stuff. Then the server gets nude because modder has a tantrum. Modders are real divas. If you ever get into like a modding scene, there is so much fucking drama.
秘密じゃなくて、そうそう。ゆい、はい、わかりました。皆さん。
Yeah, Game Banana is actually the worst. If you're talking about like bias modding sites, like Game Banana literally has a rule that's like we can remove anything for any reason without giving a reason. And they take advantage of that rule quite liberally. Like I shouldn't have to remind everyone that when Fire Emblem Engage came out, there was a delocalization mod because like a lot of Fire Emblem games, the localization was fucking terrible and removed content. And then they took it down because they were like, this is not what the developers would like. And every mod in existence is not what the developers would want. It's called a fucking mod for a reason. Which is the most ridiculous fucking thing an admin has ever said about a modding site. But it's literally just because they need to own the chuds. I can say, yeah, I had seen that I barely mod in one Discord, but saw a lot of drama. Yeah, dude, it's... you get into a modding scene, it's like... actually crazy. I mod a lot of things, so I witness it quite frequently. I will say the translation has been pretty much fine. I'm not seeing anything egregious typo-wise or... Again, typos are really just the usual thing with this. But it was weird because the rest of the game wasn't like that. It was just the last DLC. Have I fought this guy in multiplayer? I feel like I haven't. I'm not gonna fight him now either. I guess he's probably part of the DLC. I guess so usually there's precursors to the characters, but I guess I'm doing it with the boss. Blask Blue got a bit of a normie spotlight recently at Indie Showcase for the spin-off game. I don't know much about that game. Thankfully no one really cared. Yeah, that was my view as well. Like I haven't seen real talk about it or anything. Blask Blue's lucky. It's better to die a hero than see yourself become a villain, like you know, other Arc System games. The best pair in Dragon Maid, and why is it Lukoa X Shota? True! So true. I love them together. Straight Shota's like awakened taste. Like true patrician.
訓練の一つじゃないかな。はい、そこにユイッチの力も加わるからな。はい、私も
Is the translation on Steam different from the Switch version for this? I'm assuming you're talking about a different game, because for this it's not.
二人もそれでいいだろ。もちろん。私もいろんなところ狙ってみるよ。はい。
Oni Shota is so peak. True. A lot of good posts right now. Surprising. Sorry, can't get in the straight Shota. I'm over 5'8". Look at this fucking tall height cell? What do you call this? Being above 5'5". What a fucking loser.
それに指示だけじゃなくて攻撃もバッチリだったよね。ああ。
He was so cute.
あーちゃんがびっくりしそうだな。皆さん本当にありがとうございます。私ちょっと強くなれた気がします。うん、強くなったよゆいちゃん。これなら
I'm under the height of consent. I'm 5'2". Who did I find out was 5'2" recent? Oh yeah, Fandom is 5'2". All like my favorite characters are 5'2". It was meant to be. Pit from Kid Icarus is 5'2". I'm pretty sure Sora was 5'2", not anymore. But the good Sora, KH2 Sora, was 5'2", right? The true one, before the series got bad and nothing happened after KH2, okay? I'm pretty sure there's more. Pretty sure it was 5'4". Well, maybe it was 5'2" in Kingdom Hearts 1, and I'll gladly take that. I feel like there was at one point where I was height synced with Sora. Alright, to be honest, these side quests had like no fucking relation to the DLC. They were all that was all just okay. The ones from last DLC were better. That came before the last DLC, I should say. Because, again, those side missions, they come out periodically before the DLC, and for the past two, they connected. And a certain chat user that starts with H told me I should wait for this stream to do it, because I was debating on not doing them on stream. Oh, I guess she's gonna... So, we didn't actually have her in the game until... She was a free DLC update. So I guess we're gonna get into that now. By the way, is the volume fine? I keep asking, but I keep not looking in chat. My bad. Congrats on being as tall as 11-year-old. I'm 11. It's okay. It's perfect? Based. Okay, I looked this time. Pidex Palutena's peak. Sakurai just has good taste. Like, okay, well, good taste across the board. Like, most of Sakurai's taste is good. Like, if you look at like the statues he owns, the games he makes. But Kid Icarus specifically, it's literally just a constant stream of straight Shota. Kid's getting bullied left and right. It's pretty great. And you also, you know, you got a little variety in there too. You know, you got Verity to be the Sundari. You know, she's a lolly to break it up a bit. Yeah, I love Kid Icarus. Kid Icarus will always be one of my favorite games. Someone should make a sequel. Have you played that NES one? I actually have because of the 3DS eShop. Everything before Uprising's not great.
このエリアで雪が降ることなんてあったかしら。
オーディナルスケールと完全に同じってわけじゃないにしても。
もしかしたらまた何か別のゲームがこのエリアにつなが以前も GGO のダンジョンが途中から
GGO のダンジョンを探索してたのに、おまけにフェイタルサイズにまで遭遇したし。
そうだったんですね。それならこのエリアでも少し気をつけた方がいいのかも。
Hold on. Wait a second. We established the height of consent, but what about the height of shotahood? I feel like you about to ask if it's relative. I think it's relative. To be fair, I think even like lolly stuff is, right? Because like, if you took Megumin from Konosuba, best girl, and you put her in like Genshin Impact, you might not. You probably wouldn't consider her a lolly because you have like Chi-Chi and all the other like literal lolly race characters in the code. If you didn't know that, for Genshin Impact, all the small characters are actually coded as a lolly race, which is very funny. For people, because they're Genshin Impact kids who are like, don't say that word. But anyway, I feel like it's usually relative for the series. It's almost like an art style thing, you know? Not always, but broadly speaking.
可愛い猫ちゃんがいたんです。少し触ったら懐かれ。
そんなに動物に好かれるなんて。
猫か。ねえねえ、どんな猫だったの？プチ？
I guess it makes sense that you would have Stray here, right?
全身真っ黒な猫ちゃんでした。明るい月の中で。
Given they're one of the few game girls who actually interacted with each other, no one's separated by an entire entry.
そういえば今日は満月だったわね。
月夜に黒猫。
私も会ってみたかったです。まだそのあたりにいますか？
So, well, actually, I feel like we're probably gonna end up meeting holy shit, why am I blanking? Sachi, Jesus Christ. Since the beginning of this game, I've been like, oh, when's Sachi gonna come out? Because I've been wanting to, or dreading maybe might be a better word, what the Kirito response to seeing Sachi's gonna be. Because obviously she's played an integral role in his character, even up until Alicization, obviously. And kind of shaping who he is and, you know, how he's like, even down on himself in some ways.
そうだね。雪のことはちょっと気になるけど、僕もお腹
He's gonna watch her die for a third time. No, it's a video game. He's gonna get his happy ending, bro.
リズも待ちかねているだろうし。
She's gonna actually stay alive. Actually, it would be tragic if at the end of the game he has to let her go. So, if I remember correctly, all the characters that are showing up here are literally like pulled. I remember Twerks to the Mode said that like they were like recreations of the character. She's wrong, as always, because it's Twerks to the Mode. So these are actually the characters pulled through their specific point in time or in the world or whatever.
ごめん。ちょっと忘れてたことがあってさ。みんな。
いいけど、早く帰ってきてよ。
So I wonder if we're gonna have like a Shadow Generations situation of, you know, Kirito having to deal with the loss again. And kind of in the same way as Shadow the Hedgehog, you know, he's already worked through it. But, you know, those feelings are gonna get dug back and dug in deep in other ways, having to confront them. So no, I'm looking forward to this DLC specifically. Honestly, it's a very good pack because Philia is my favorite for Gameverse girls, so I was looking forward to it in that sense. And then I feel like Sachi's the most narratively interesting character to bring back for Kirito for obvious reasons. Yeah. And I like this writer. I said it before. The writer for this game is a light novel writer. I forget what he's written. I've never read it, but he is a light novel writer. And I do think the game's writing is better than the Gameverse stuff, typically. I like the Gameverse. It's not really a knack at it, but it definitely doesn't feel like it's on the quality of actual SAO writing. Which I know is funny because most people think SAO is written bad, but I like SAO.
みんな楽しく話してたのにダメだよな。
ダメじゃないよ。私みんなと先に戻ってるね。こっちのことは気にしなくていいから。
I guess I shouldn't even say that. So the problem with the Gameverse games, I don't think they nail the characterization perfectly. But I think this writer really understands the characters.
キリト君が遅いってクレームかな。それともリズム。
So that's one of the reasons I think this could be interesting.
これ差出人のところが虫化けしてる。
うん。私は見たことないよ。本文はなんて書いてあるの？
If I was curiosity to be pregnant at all times, well, have you read a little chapter called 6.5?
らない場所、雪原、出口が、助け、リト。読めるのはこれだけだ。
キリト君、これって SOS のメールじゃない？
ああ、誰かが雪原から出られなくなってる。差出人はわからないけど。
最後にキリト君の名前があるし、知り合いには違いないよね。
ああ、みんなにも手伝ってもらう。みんなできれば。も
ちろん手伝うに決まってるよ。
困ってる人がいるなら、
この世界では何が起きてもおかしくないから。
私も微力ながらお手伝いします。
風花が来てくれると助かる。仲間がピンチなんだ。
As I was saying earlier, I kind of got sidetracked, but I think was it this season or was it last season? Fuka got added. Either way, she was a free DLC update character. You didn't have to pay for her. There's a lot happening a minute ago. I kind of lost my train of thought multiple times.
ここから北に向かっていくつかフィールドを越えたところに寒冷地帯がありました。天候が吹雪のステータスだと視界がかなり悪いです。
それならなおさら急いで助けに行かないとな。
1 second. Are we actually gonna get a new field for once? What's been really nice about this game's updates is it's been pretty good at quality of life, and like, you know, this update they mixed the servers into one big server because the game needed it. So that was good instead of having them separated. Its biggest problem right now, I think, for multiplayer is like there's a bunch of world tiers. So it's like here's 4 levels for world tier 1, 4 for 2, 4 for 3. Don't do that. Just make a world tier 1 queue where everything goes in, world tier 2 queue where everything goes in there, 3, 4, 5, etc. And that would solve like the game's biggest problem. There's too many fucking places to queue. This is an anime game. it does not have the population for a million places to queue. I also love snow. I love the cold. I hate the heat. Which is crazy because I've lived in some of the hottest places in America. Masuna, she found Yuki's stream. I think we're playing as the Asuna group first.
それじゃそこに向かおう。はい。離れるなとは言ったけどさ。
は
ぐれるよりマシか。
Dude, I love this guy. Women receive a natural debuff, dude. They can't help themselves. The waist size of consent. I love the blank of consent memes. Few things really like summarize so perfectly how stupid online discourse is. And that is definitely one of
吹
them.
雪の中を無理に移動すると遭難する可能。それならどこかで吹雪をやり過ごしましょう。
あっちの方に森があるみたいだよ。
そうね。了解。
Alright, we are... we're gonna get our aids on.
勇気無茶しちゃダメよ。
Oh, we only get 2 characters? Fuck me. Okay. I need to pay a bit more attention. This is fine though. It's just like my favorite arc, Mother's Rosaria. Kind of feel like I want to change Austin's outfit, but I really like what I have at Rocket now, so maybe not. Yeah, we're gonna leave it. People will think you're being unironic. To clarify, I hate Mother's Rosaria. I think it's the only the way people feel about SAO in general is how I feel about Mother's Rosaria. I think it's actual dog shit. Well, this is a good song. I do like playing as Yuki though. I love activating AIDS mode. I was mad with Mother's Rosaria. Dude, I up here, I hated that shit frame 1. I was like, this is bad. Wait. I'm gonna feel so stupid. This is whole fragment music, isn't it? No wonder it's good. I love that game. I mostly mix. I wanted to change what's her face's loadout. Now I can't. I guess this is technically a new area, but we've yet to see a remix of this place. I feel like that's probably the biggest flaw in terms of content. They keep adding new bosses, they keep adding new modes, but they don't keep adding new areas. Some real breakers energy, to be honest. I mean, I guess at least we are getting new places that are remixed. Breakers was always only getting remixed areas. Literally never anything new. But, you know, or like a new place at least. Hey Dimitri, did you hear about some Twitter users found out about Steven Universe NSFW animation and said that it was bad? Oh, hold on. That it was bad because it's literally illegal. Truly astonishing. Yeah, it's the kind of average intelligence you find on zitter.com, so I'm not really surprised at all. The most insane things is like, it's one thing if they truly believed like this is illegal, but they literally can't, because if they believed that they were actually seeing, you know, CP or whatever they're gonna fucking call it, whatever crime they think they see committed, like you wouldn't be sharing that, right? You'd be actually reporting it to the police or doing something. And granted, Protective Services has said in the past that they really hate these kind of people because it actually stops them from doing their jobs, always receiving false reports. So I'm not saying they should be doing that, but I am saying that it literally shows how fake everything is. Previous DLC also the same thing that remakes the factory. Yeah, I'm aware. I mean, usually what that ends up being for like the next tier in the game. Yeah, I do like playing Yuki despite her being literal AIDS, because she's like a berserker. The less health you have, the more damage you do, which is pretty cool. Not fun for extreme raids, but other content, it's enjoyable. You won't see me maximizing that potential here because it's just random single player, content. Like, fun fact, I guess. If you didn't know. Maria may or may not have had AIDS. Oh, you're talking about Sonic? Yuki's actually diagnosed with AIDS. Yeah, no, she... Maria has space AIDS. Yuki just has literal AIDS. I always thought she had cancer because that made more sense to me. But I'm assuming Kawahara wanted it to be AIDS because it's not something that can really be cured. So, congratulations, Yuki Figs. You got AIDS. You know, you know what I hate about CP? Sentence. Every fucking video game uses it as an acronym. Card points, command power. Every fucking game I play. Every time you look up a video on everything, people talk about CP, and I'm like, come on. We can think of a better like acronym for this, dude. Campaign, yeah. Computer player, dude.
Yuki, どうしたの?
Maybe it's good. Like maybe it's good. People are generally like it's not something on anyone's mind that they like care enough to avoid it. Like, I guess it is actually good to not joke for a second. Combat power. Yeah, but it is just funny how that's the go-to.
聞こえた。誰かが戦ってる。私にも聞こえた。キリトたちの声じゃなさそうだ。それならキリトに助けてってメッセージを送った人かもしれない。私も行くよ。
So considering Streya's here, I guess Philia is gonna meet up with this group, and Kirito is gonna have a reunion with Sachi. It's interesting that they chose Silica. Silica's a good choice, narratively speaking. Actually, I guess Silica and Sinon are good choices, narratively speaking. In terms of like comparing the situation where Kirito saved them to his failure with Sachi. What are we doing? We're just doing the new DLC. Just playing. Yeah, I called it. Best girl has arrived, fellas. So actually, this is wait. So Philia should know Streya, right? Because they're both from Gameverse. Because our main characters are from the Streya can answer. Yeah, so our main characters are from the actual continuity, but all Gameversers are obviously from Gameverse. So. That has led to some fun interactions with Streya already. I'm curious how they go with Philia. Philia, best girl, true! Oh man. But yeah, next year when I end up streaming from here again, I need to get like another set of lights or something. The camera thing I'll figure out later. The camera thing's annoying to figure out when I don't have good lighting. So that's why I'm just kind of putting it wherever. Anonymous right now. Club Penguin! Oh, dude, I got 44. I wasn't... Whatever, it's fine. Again, like I said, I'm not gonna worry about the extra DLC stuff for this stream. I probably should. But... I feel like I waste enough time just fucking talking. It's probably not worth it. How much longer in undisclosed location? It's the 5th-ish. 7th? UN Fox! Hello! Thank you for the...
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for the 25. Appreciate it. Just in time for best girl, look at you. Such a good voice.
もしかして
We got a boob hug on screen. You love to see
元
it.
の世界で一緒だったの？あ、そっか。アスナたちは知らないんだった。知らない？ストレアさん以外にもまた別の世界からいらっしゃった方がいたんですね。一体どうなってるの？
First question on every woman's mind in this universe, my man.
そしてやっぱりキリト君ね、あなたも。私にも難しいことはわかんないんだけど、ここは私とかフィリアが一緒だったゲームの中とは違う世界なんだって。
Dude, Strea's tits are so fucking big.
なんかいろいろあったみたいで、私たちも巻き込まれてこっちの世界に飛ばされてきちゃったみたい。こっちの世界では私やフィリアはキリトに出会ってなくて。そうなんだ。キリト、私のこと知らないんだね。
でもさ、
This is gonna
元
be
々
an
の世界で
emotional
は
chapter.
みんな友達同士だったんでしょ。だったらすぐに仲良くなれるよ。
そうね。ストレアさんだってすぐみんなに馴染んだし。皆さん、お話はいいんですが、そろそろどこかに避難しましょう。なら近くに山小屋を見つけたからそこに行こうよ。
In general, I tend to like I don't play thief classes very often, but in terms of when I make an OCR character, but I do tend to like playing them in games when it's like you pick a character. I like going fast, so I should like how Philia plays, I assume. I'm very curious about oh, we're doing this again. I am very curious about Sachi. I don't know why I keep blanking. How she plays.
なるほどね。そんな状況に巻き込まれてたんだ。
大変だと思う。
Also, another example of like I like spats, I like
困ったら何でも言っ
shorts,
てよ。
but I really hate how we now have cope spats in games, right? Because when you used to see a girl in spats, when you used to see a girl in like sporty shorts, that would tell you something about their personality. It used to mean something, and it usually meant it was a character I'd like. But now they just put on everything to censor and, again, cope. Demented, they twisted the thing I loved.
ありがとう、ユキ。フィリアさん、あんまり戸惑ってないみたいね。奇妙なことならアインクラッドの中で散々経験してきたから。フィリアさん、強いんですね。別に強くないよ。キリトが私のこと知らないっていうのはやっぱりショックだし。あ、でもそれならフィリア、なんだか楽しそう。何か思いついたの？
Is this I get to meet them all over again type of
別に
thing?
大したことじゃないよ。ただ、私とキリトの出会いって割と最悪だったから。
That's cute. Best
それを
girl,
や
so
り直
true.
せるのはちょっと嬉しいかもって思って。そういえば私もこっちの世界のキリトと初めて会った時、ピンチになったところを助けてもらったんだっけ。
She had the reverse though. I think if I remember correctly, her first interaction with Straya in game, not in this game, like her actual game, is just falling into her tits, as one does.
それでフィリア。
So that was probably the better
キリト
introduction.
に SOS のメールを送ったの
One
って
day I will understand why you love this
フィリア？
girl. Yeah, you have to play a video game. You're not good at that. Spats used to emphasize the figure, and now they're pitch black and just for censorship. That's another good point. They're not like they are pretty. They're quite literally just designed for censorship. So they're not even designed like artistically.
うん、そう。いつの間にか吹雪の中にいて敵に囲まれてたから。それじゃあ私と一緒だ。もしかしたらストレアさんとフィリアさん以外にも。
そうだとしたら困っているはずだよね。助けてあげたいな。
とにかく今はキリト君たちと合流することが先決ね。あ、なんだか緊張してきた。キリトとはいつも会ってるのに。
I'm really glad they're also using their original outfits. I don't always like the outfits girls get after their first game for Gameverse.
僕も聞こえた。
Did someone mention the door to dark?
山小屋の中ま
I
で
love
入って
Kingdom
こないと
Hearts
思うけ
speak.
ど、もしかしたらキリトたちが来たのかな。だったらすぐに入ってきそうだけど。
I was about to tell me this character was tomboyish, but now they may as well make it interior of the skirt. Skirt. Oh, that's why you said door to darkness. Yeah, no, it just... I lost what made it so great.
精一杯頑張るね。
In most things.
一緒に戦えて嬉しいよ。
At least for Japanese games. Hey Dimitri, which Xenoblade Chronicles is the best one? I think it's 1, but if you said it was 2, I would be like, that's fair. Good opinion. I respect you. Have a nice day. Any other answer, I will make a smart, snarky comment about. But 1 and 2 are both really good. I really want to go back and honestly, I think this is before. I've never like completed 2 all the way through. I enjoyed it, but it came out at a bad time for me in terms of me doing a lot of things. I really want, especially now that they're working on a translation. I think I'm gonna make that my excuse to get all the way through 2. So it was a decent ways through, if I remember. But the problem is, when you're like, I don't know, like let's say 50 hours into an RPG and you stop it for like, I don't know, a month or 2, then you just, it feels so, like I feel like I need to restart when I go back. Like it is insane to me that chat user Twerks to the Mode played Persona 5 to the last dungeon, took 7 years off, and then went back. I couldn't do that. That is insane to me. If I stopped playing an RPG for like a month, I'm like, well, I guess I gotta start again. Cause I don't know, like I lose too much information in my head and I want the full experience.
さっきよりは吹雪は収まってるみたいだね。ざっと見たところ何もないみたいだけど。
Be like, I've talked a lot, I guess I should.
ここを通り過ぎただけなのかな。
油断は禁物だよ、アスナ。
Rush to the goal.
僕から離れないでね。
Need to get around to playing Xenogears and Sagas at some point. Oh.
あれ見て。あそこに人が倒れてる。本当だ。急いで中に運ばないと。
What the fuck is Kirito gonna be doing?
フーカさん、倒れている人を見つけました。
I also need to play Gears. I need to play all these Xeno games that aren't Blade.
見たことのない人だけど、やっぱり迷い込んじゃったのかな。アスナ？
この人、もしかしたら。
アスナの知り合いなの？
そうじゃないんだけど。この人から何か温かいものを感じ
So my guess Sachi was gonna go to Kirito. But so like now what the fuck is Kirito gonna be doing?
これは誰か倒れていたんですか？
もしかしてストレアたちの知り合い？
あ、この子。ねえストレア、この子って。
え、本当に知り合いなの？
うん。と言ってもそんなに知ってるわけじゃないんだけど。この子の名前はサチ。キリトの友達だったはずだよ。私たちとは
Me with
あんまり
Golden
話し
Sun,
た
the
ことはないけ
the
ど。
lost age, but now I have to replay the first game to get back into it. Yeah, I never played the Golden Sun games, but I think what they have going on is pretty cool, right? It's like you play as one side, the good guys one game, and then I don't know, like the way the story connects is interesting, right? I never played them. I just remember hearing there's something interesting going on. I don't know if you play as like a different group and you think the old good guys are the bad guys. There's like a whole thing going on.
サチ。
It's definitely a series I want to check out.
サチさんなんだ。
アスナも知ってるの？
知っているというか。フーカ、どうしたの？この方の構成データ、現状では不完全なようです。おそらくこの世界に来た時にデータの一部を欠損してしまったのではないかと。見たところ欠損からそれほど時間は経っていない印象ですから。それじゃあサチさんはこのままではおそらく目を覚ましません。欠損したデータがあれば。
フーカ、
Is it gonna be like therapy for
あんまり乗り
Kirito?
気じゃないみたいだね。
Because is he gonna be like save her data or whatever and revive her here?
先日のガブリエルの件は私が安易にデータを修復したことで起きてしまいました。私の知識やスキルではデータ修復がまた思わぬ事態を引き起こすかもしれません。正直それが少し。
風花さんの心配はわかる。サチさんはキリト君のとても大切な人なの。以前私はサチさんの感情データを受け取ったことがあった。事情があって彼女がキリト君に直接伝えることができなかった思いを。
伝えられなかった思い。
I have Xenosaga episode 1 and 2 in a box, but the only copy I found episode 3 in person is 250.
その時は
Physical game
私
like
が
it's
代わり
rough.
にキリト君に伝えたけど、
Speaking of tragedy.
もしサチさんが直接伝えることができるなら。
そうだね。僕もそう思う。はい。私自身もこの方のデータからはどこか温かいものを感じています。
私たちがついてるんだから大丈夫。もちろん私も全力であなたをサポートするわ。わ
かりました。
オッケー。私も手伝うよ。こう見えてもお宝を探すのは得意なんだ。
よーし、そうと決まれば早速行こうよ。
でもサチを一人で置いてはいけないんじゃない？なら
私が残ります。
わかった。お願いね、風花さん。ついでにキリトたちとも合流できるといいね。
Yeah, I haven't said this in a while, but the main thing I'm doing is like I'm collecting consoles. Because I like playing games physically. I like having the I like the sit down on a couch and play video game on TV experience. But especially in America, the used video game market is fucking atrocious, right? Like it's actually like a scam. Just no matter where you're looking, no matter where you're buying. So I'm just getting the physical consoles and I'm just hacking every single one of them, just full library on the SD card, or whatever specific device I have, just so I can enjoy that, but not be broke beyond belief, right? How have you been? Pretty sad right now, but in a good video game way. But otherwise I've been alright. I'm really picky about input delay due to emulation, so I'm on the prowl for physical whenever I get it. Now, I completely get it. I'd rather, in 90% of cases, be playing the actual sit-down experience. But I just... Brother, I don't got money, man. So that's why I've kind of went with my situation where I just own all the or I'm trying to own all the physical consoles and just have some way to play the full library through like an SD card or something, some form of loader that is different for each one. And that's been nice. That's a good situation. I've been doing great besides the physical injuries. That is a pretty big butt, but I'm glad you're keeping a positive attitude.
もしかしたらどうしたの？フィリー、実はこのフィールドに来ちゃった時に周りを探索したんだよね。探索中に見かけたの。遠目からだったけど周りに敵もいたし、キリトと合流してから行こうって思ったんだけど。
I wish I could actually play as Philia in this mission. Another thing I like, which is another reason this design works, is I don't necessarily like chokers. Usually, like I don't necessarily have a problem with them either, but usually it's a red flag. But I tend to like when there's something around the neck. Doesn't necessarily mean as a choker. Like usually it's a match with the armor or clothing piece. GGO Kirito kind of has one of those things where it like swoops around.
データを探しに行こう。オッケー。データの場所なら任せて。
Yeah, I wish I could actually use her here. It's kind of unfortunate.
このまま裏に回ってみましょう。よーし。早くデータを見つけてサチを助けてあげよう。雪で視界が悪いからお互いはぐれないように気をつけましょう。
I want to go for the 50, but we'll see what happens. So I'll kill all the random mobs. I hope I hit S, but we won't spend time running around the map. Just so we don't waste time. It's already done long enough. I remember to buy a Raspberry Pi before those things become expensive too, and install the RetroArch emulation station. I have emulation station on my Steam Deck. Steam Deck's been really good for that. Oh, I meant to show it off. Well, speaking of, another really good thing that emulation station has been good for is I play Poke MMO on it a lot. And for those who don't know, which is probably all of you, the shiny rate in Poke MMO is 1 out of 30 fucking K, okay? So like over double from the normal games. Where is it? And me, last night, was minding my own business, just grinding heart scales as one does. Because of this fat fuck. Hold on. So this fat fuck, when I caught him, he knew sleep talk, but he didn't know rest, alright? And I was like, that's not gonna work. That's just a classic fun Snorlax strategy, rest in the sleep talk. So I was like, alright, we're gonna have to get heart scales to get him rest. So as one does, I go to Hoenn, I start grinding the heart scales with a big group of people, because everyone's always grinding heart scales here. And I don't get, for like an hour, I get a singular heart scale, which is the worst rates that I have ever experienced, which is the worst rates I've ever experienced getting heart scales. But anyway, the reason I started with this with a shiny is because I randomly just got a 1 out of 30k love disc here. I was just trying to get heart scales for this fat fuck. It felt pretty good, let me tell you. I definitely needed it after all the Switch shenanigans. It's crazy. Like, you guys need. When I used to stream shiny hunting, I would be at like 1 at 2,000 odds, and I wouldn't get shit. But this absurd 1 out of 30k just showed up. Female? Well, of course it's a female. It's a heart. It's girly. This is not a man's Pokemon. Also, it's really one of the most useless things in the world, and I know I'm gonna have like a soft spot for Love Disc going forward because of this. My only shiny in Pokemon so far has been a Grimer. Grimer shiny's green, right? I feel like I don't like it. Yeah, he's not a looker. Green shinies are usually pretty not great. I'm gonna be real with you guys. But hey, a shiny's a shiny. 1 out of 30k is nothing to scoff at. A valid 5,700 attempts, Mr. Monroe. So true. Did you hear that 4chan is apparently running off a 2010 laptop? That's hilarious. That's like some Nintendo situation when it comes to internet. Crazy on how 4chan got shut down. I think it's probably a mercy killing at this point. 4chan might as well have not been good for the entirety of my sentient life on the internet. But it's been very... 4chan from the outside looking in has just seemed like Reddit, but sometimes they say swear words for a while. In terms of the culture and like... I don't know, everything I see come out of there. Reddit with racial slurs. Yeah, I mean, when you say that, it's kind of an improvement, but like, is it enough of an improvement? I don't think so. Reddit at least helps me at points when I'm trying to look up information on like some weird tech problem that no one else has ever had. Provided the guy doesn't come back a week later and says, never mind, figured it out without explaining it. But It's one of the few places actually usable for solving that kind of problem. Delibird was my first shiny and black white female too. Nice. I like Delibird. Delibird's shaped like a friend. But also funny because I never encounter random shinies like normally. A Pokemon has such an absurd shiny rate because it's has an MMO economy. At some point after I get a gym rerun team up, I'm probably gonna try to grind a shiny Flygon there or something. Playing a Pokemon Fandom MMO. Yeah, Poke MMO is like 12 years old now. Shit's ancient. It's like surprising. There's like a weird amount of Pokemon Fandom MMOs. But Pokemon is the only one that's ever been appealing to me. For a multitude of reasons. Though that... I'll be talking about things no one knows about, but like... There's another Pokemon Fandom MMO that's coming out soon called Pokeforce. I'm gonna try that one, it looks interesting. It has a bunch of like RuneScape-esque game design in it. The thing I like about Pokemon is like... There's no fucking fake mon. It's using the game's graphics, so everything looks nice. They hired an actual fucking economist to figure out their breeding system to try to keep the economy well in the game. I like that they backport certain stuff from later gens, but like only the good things. Are there any balance changes? Excessively. So it's built on Gen 5's engine, but like there's certain stuff to balance it. So the game doesn't have Fairy, but to balance dragons, like Hydreigon does not have Draco Meteor, or he has it, but he's not allowed to use it in comp. They have some stuff like the boots from Gen 8 and 9 that get rid of hazards, which is nice. But I don't believe they're allowed in comp yet either. They changed hail to snow like later generations. There's a bunch of balance stuff. It's like basically its own metagame, which is nice because I love Gen 5, and I like Gen 5's meta because I love weather teams. It's a broken mess, but it's my broken mess. But the fact that it's Gen 5 but kind of remixed and more balanced is exciting. That's how you know there's no good MMO that has come out in 5 years. Oh no, I would love to play an actual MMO. I love the idea of MMOs, but there's no good MMOs out. WoW is fucking dog shit, and I would never give Blizzard my fucking money. No thanks. Final Fantasy XIV is a social simulator. It's not a fucking MMO. And everything else is like old, right? Like, I want to play Phantasy Star Online 2, but I'm not like 50, so I could not have played Phantasy Star Online 2 when it came out. So there's so much stuff that I can just never experience. You know, whether it's like collab stuff or events that just don't exist anymore. And that to me is a deal breaker. I'm too fucking autistic. The fact that there have been so many events and stuff, like SAO is a property and so much stuff in Phantasy Star, that I am actually interested in and just can't have that proper experience. I can't do it. I'm too autistic. Also, goodbye, Donnie. But yeah, no, it sucks. I love MMOs. I really love the old MMO school experience. And I kind of like that about Pokemon because when there's raids and stuff, brother, you need to find people and do them. There's no fucking like again, it's not like a social simulator. Things don't just auto ping. You have to actually find people to build a team with, figure out your game plan, and get in there, and that's awesome. And I like that, you know, because of the fact that it's like a fan MMO, you also have to like communicate with people more to find out information and stuff, and everything's not just spelled out immediately. There are definitely some bad sides to that, but you know, I don't know. I want a good MMO so bad. Like a good anime MMO, let me clarify specifically. Like there's that one, you remember when Blue Protocol was got to come out and then it, you know, it got Amazon bending over the Amazon and Bandai Namco like spit roasted it and just fucking destroyed it. That's depressing to me because when Blue Protocol was first like being shown off, I thought, you know, hey, maybe I can finally have an MMO I can play. And then it was just raped, just completely up, down, left, right, and sideways. But now like a Chinese company bought Blue Protocol and is making a new MMO out of it. I don't know, maybe that'll be good. I used to play Korean one. Oh, dude, Korean MMOs fucking rule. Don't listen to all these like MMO YouTubers like fucking Josh Strife Hayes and all these other fucking Blizzard shills or whatever. I love Korean MMOs. I love the way Korean MMOs used to be built. Like the game loop, the marriage systems, the art styles, dude. I fucking love Korea as a child and now as an adult. But again, nothing's coming out now. It's sad. WoW also became a social simulator, so I wouldn't call it an MMO anymore. That is fair. That is fair, Kane. But yeah, no, I imagine if I was capable of playing WoW when it first came out, I probably would have loved it. Probably would have really enjoyed it. Did you see the blue, my voice cracked. Blue Archive X Red Cross collab? I did see that there was like an absurd spike in blood donations, which is pretty funny, because the Blue Archive girls have given a rise to a lot of blood, from me at least. So no surprise there. The only problem with Korean MMOs, at least old style ones, the gacha crap. Same with Chinese MMOs. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I feel like in this day and age, I wouldn't mind it. It was a problem for me as a kid because I couldn't spend any money. But I mean, look at me now. I love gacha. Are you gonna play the PC version of BTW? Are you fucking retarded? Are you mentally ill? How could you come in here and ask me such a stupid fucking question? Yes, it's fucking... Blue Archive, I love the game to death, but it is so fucking slow. Like, whether it's my phone loading it, or like running it on BlueStacks or Moo Player X, I've tried everything. It needs a fucking PC release. It's its biggest problem. I've been saying that for, I don't know, 3 years? Basically since release. It was my favorite part of playing Brown Dust 2, was actually having a PC client. But yeah, no, I can't wait to do all my fucking dailies, and I might. So I don't really do a lot of like I do all the events, but like when Total Assaults come out, I autopilot. I do the lowest level stuff just to get through it, just because like, again, I don't really like being on my phone all that much. I think phones are very nice for dailies. I love that a gacha is suitable to phones because I like just turning on my phone and doing my dailies. But for stuff that is like an actual grind, like Total Assaults and whatnot, having a PC client is going to be a game changer for me. Like, I'm actually going to start getting into them again. Yeah, the gacha crap back then was on a scale of working full time while paying office job to go into debt for the gacha rolls in your MMO. Okay, so like to be fair, you might be right. Like I played all these games. I loved Korean MMOs as a kid, Korean tennis games. I loved all this. Ironically, I loved the light social aspects that all these Korean games had into it, because I always had marriage systems and whatnot. Plus like the usual MMO offerings. But as a child, I couldn't really, do all that stuff. I miss Knights of the Old Republic. Sucks. We could have got an MMO out of it. Not the Old Republic doesn't exist. Shut up. I never played that, but I feel like that's a sentiment I've seen. Sure, 95% of players never had plus 10 repping because after a while it required dropping millions upgrade. But as I said, the player power level always adjusted based on reasonable spending. See, that's the thing though, for like plus 10 and stuff, I wouldn't give a shit, because like to me the only thing that would matter is the fashion for the gacha. So I probably, theoretically, if you brought that to the modern age, I'd probably be fine, because I'm not about the mid-max. I'm about looking cool.
分そうだと思う。
Ninja, I never even knew you played Genshin Impact. That's a surprise to
同
me.
じような形してたよ。
そうね。サチさんのものかどうかまではわからないけど、それにしてもなんとかたどり着けてよかったわ。
That's just the fucking cube models that hold the
随分複雑な道
cards.
だったわよね。お宝ってそういうところに置いてあるものだからね。それを見つけるのがトレジャーハンターの
フィリアがいなかったらこんな雪の中闇雲にデータを探さなきゃいけなかっただろうし。
フィリアさん、ありがとう。キリトにも連絡しないとね。
I get where the fuck. What is Kirito gonna be doing? Actually, I guess he's gonna be finding Sachi's data, right? But like not know until we get back. That's my guess. All Korean MMO money sink was more than upgrading gear with roles than fashion. Fashion usually was obtainable. Yeah. That's what I care. I love him. I mean, again, I love SAO. I love MMOs. And that one game, fucking Mabinogi. That one I probably would have liked to play, but it has the same problem of Phantasy Star Online, where I missed like 10, 20 years of fucking collabs and content that I would have liked enjoying. I know they had the Fandom collab semi-recently as well, so that adds to the list. I just can't do it, dude. I'm too autistic. I get too, like... It makes me feel bad if I don't get to experience things I would have liked in a game. So it kind of sucks about collabs. But I brought up Mabanaga because I believe in that you are actually isekai'd. I believe that's the story. So it actually probably would be a good fit to me if it wasn't around the same age as me. So. Mabinogi. I know, yeah, that one. Never played Mabinogi myself, but old story from grandma still makes me a little weepy.
目を覚ます様子はありません。今のところデータの欠損部分以外に目立ったエラーは見当たりませんから。
それでさ、フーカ、フィリアのおかげでこれを見つけられたんだけど、これってサチのデータなの？
すみません、見せていただけますか？調べてみます。
Getting butthurt, guys. Oh, speaking of, on theme today, I'm rubbing my hands all over Asana's chest, fitting to the SAO stream. I can't use a computer without a mouse pad. A mouse mat, a boob pad. Let me clarify. I can't use a computer without a boob pad. And that's not a meme. That's not a funny. I grip my mouse so fucking autistically that it hurts my hand. The way like my hand settles on the desk. I literally need this cushion or I get in pain. Because for resting on this actually relieves the stress and the tension. And I don't grip it as hard. So this is needed. I have to do this. But also I'm enjoying it. But yeah, it was really bad the first, like, because I didn't really think about it. I mean, I've been doing this, like, but it didn't register in my brain that I should bring one of my boob/thigh pads for my mouse. But my hand really started hurting like last week. Boob pad or butt pad. I only have boobs and thigh pads. I don't have a singular buttocks.
本当にこれでサチさんが元気になればいいんだけど。
確認しましたが、サチさんのデータで間違いないようです。ここだと少しここで直キャラクターのデータをその場で修復できるなんて。
Was that all the data?
本当にすごいの。いえ、大したことは。
でもそのおかげでサチさんもすぐに元気になれるんだよね。
はい。
その間にキリトたち
As it should be. Yeah, I'm not really an ass guy. I mean, I am a guy. I like big butts. I cannot lie. But like, in terms of preferences, I prefer legs and boobs way much over. I really like tits. I talk about this all the fucking time. It surprises people because everyone thinks like I'm super into lollies. I like variety, I like a little bit of everything. But God, do I love tits above everything. But it's also funny because just like me for you. But again, it's funny because most of the, like, my waifu characters, right? Hamari, Theoden, Megumin, they're flat as boards. There's nothing there. They could be mouse mats themselves. They could be a whole table. There's nothing there. But I also just love tits. I guess that shows that at the end of the day, I care most about personality and elf ears. Care a lot about elf ears. Armpits. See, I don't understand armpits. I have a question. When you say you're in the armpits, is this just like is this just anime? Because I can somewhat understand it. But do you enjoy the idea of rubbing your pee-pee up against an armpit, like for real, for real? Like, it's not even that weird. I just never get it. No, just anime. No, just anime IRL armpits. What does that mean? IRL anime armpits. Switch on the cabin out of the way. I see, the reason I say that is sometimes I see like armpit guys. You know how you see artists, you can tell when they're like, they super fetishize like one part of the body, even if it's not even if the art piece itself is not about that part of the body. Like sometimes I see artists where it's just like a normal pinup of the girls, you know, her shot of her arms lifted or whatever. But like you look at the armpit and it's like, that's a vagina, right? Like the way they do it is so detailed and the little folds, and you're like, this guy wants to fuck armpits. I see that a lot. Arm mussy, dude. Have you ever noticed Sonic the Hedgehog has a bit of a forehead ussy nowadays? Fussy, if you will. Yes, that's fine. Save it as that. Like, can we talk about this? Like, why do they do this? This stupid fucking forehead pussy. I hate this line. Sonic would look so much better if it just wasn't there. Genuinely. I hate it all the time. And that's how I'm gonna drag this conversation back to Sonic the Hedgehog for today. It's not a scar, it's supposed to be like an eye. It's supposed to separate the eyebrows or something. I don't know, it looks bad. That was cute, but again, what are they gonna have these guys do? I don't get it. I can respect those who focus on one or none. I respect loyalty, if that's what you mean. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing like an artist, or not even an artist, just a guy on Twitter who like dedicates his entire timeline, bedroom, life to one character. I know you're probably talking about fetishes in this conversation, but That's what it made my mind go to. I gotta say, I find it funny how the internet is mad that Sonic fans are negative about their franchise if they didn't spend 20 years bullying them for liking Sonic. It's kind of funny because I think funny enough, I think, no. Well, the interesting relationship there is that, like, the people who are making fun of you for liking Sonic 20 years ago are the same people getting mad at you now for not liking Sonic, because Sonic's the popular thing now. So you gotta consume. But in general, people online, especially in the Sonic fan base, but this is true in a lot of places, they're just like brand ambassadors. And this is what I always say, right? Their literal top priority is just the brand doing well, things looking good, so the fandom has more to talk about and more content to consume. That's why they get mad at you when you criticize things. Because you can't do that, you can't make Sonic look bad. Because Sonic's good, Sonic's my friend. Sonic has my political opinions even. That sort of eyebrow crease is usually only drawn when someone furrows the brow. It shouldn't be there all the time. Yeah, I agree, it just looks bad, but Sonic's 3D model in general looks like shit. Speaking of Sonic fans' negativity. That's how about what is wrong with Sonic fans should be about. I kept seeing during the DMC stuff. I talked about this like the last stream, right? How I'm proud of the DMC fans for actually sticking up for themselves after Adi Shankar raped their goat, their guy. Unlike Castlevania fans who just had to sit there and take it. But during all those conversations, every time DMC fans would, rightfully complain about the portrayal of Dante or the DMC anime, quotation mark, I kept seeing people be like, oh, you guys are just like the Sonic fans now. You have standards. Yeah. A lot of grape happening lately, yeah. It's in the air. It's in the force. In fact, I've seen people call you a grifter and comparing you to Aaron Hansen. Donkey is insane. The way people use grifter is just I disagree with this person, right? Because, like, I don't find the need to defend myself against most things I see online, because it's either fabrication or just, like, lunacy, completely incorrect. But grifter specifically is so funny, because it's like, brother, there is, like, video proof for the past 10 fucking years that I am autistically obsessed with Sonic the Hedgehog, like from streams of me playing the game, me talking about it. Same with like localization stuff, obviously. Again, I tell the story all the time how I was fucking 8 years old doing a presentation on goddamn 4Kids One Piece, right? Like, there is so much shit you could say about me, but I am fucking honest, right? Like, I don't pump out content all the time about the woke, this and that, because I literally only talk about the things that I'm super fucking into, right? That's why I haven't had a video out in like, I don't know, a couple months now. It's still gonna be a couple because I'm working on this Blue Archive video. Like, that's more important to me than covering whatever drama's going on right now. And obviously I still care about that stuff. I talk about it in these streams. But like, I have never grifted for anything. Everything I fucking do is objectively, like, non-monetarily viable, right? Like, I don't upload a lot. I'm not politically correct. I say questionable things all the time because it's the fucking internet, and I'm not trying to make myself, like, brand approved or whatever. I'm here to have a good time. Face Blue Archive video. I love my Blue Archive video. I just wish I could get it out. I never worked on such a big project, and I guess it's a hard thing to relate to. But like, I don't know if anyone here has ever had, like, I don't know, again, either a huge hobby, maybe you're an artist, maybe it's even a work project, just something you've just been digging at for like almost a year now. You get like so caught in the weeds sometimes. Like it's sometimes hard to judge quality. You have to go over so much. I don't even know how I want to get this point across. It's just, it's daunting working on something so big, so constantly. I referenced you a couple times about the Amy Rose and Ian Flynn, and people immediately dismissed it since it was you. Yeah, I mean, that's how it always goes. It's like how, if, you know, keeping it to Sonic, it's like how if you talk about crack, right? Crack's kind of the same way I'm autistically obsessed with Amy. You know, she has that thing going on with Shadow, right? Even more so, honestly. Like, she's super in the Shadow on a completely different level. But it's like, whenever she puts out new information or brings up a critique, this and that, she's immediately dismissed because it's crack. And then, but that's just how they get rid of it, right? They can't defeat the arguments or can't interact with it in any way that would actually show that they are correct, because they're not. So they just have to find a way to dismiss it, and usually that's character attacks. You know, whether it's me or anybody else for that matter. And again, that goes beyond the Sonic community. It's just, it's always the most on my mind because I'm experiencing that specifically. I don't have much of an artistical release besides from the game reviews I read every now and then for some obscure forum. That's cool. Specifically because you said forum. I miss internet forums, dude. That's another thing I like about PokeMMO. There's a forum. That's where everyone goes to. I like that there's like an actual like place that isn't fucking Twitter or Discord. That's like a problem even with like classic WoW type stuff, right? Where it's like you can't get that classic WoW experience because everything happens in a Discord now, right? It's kind of taken over socialization and stuff. Centralization. I hate the centralization of the internet for a lot of reasons, but I probably think the biggest reason is because it puts everyone into like this small little circle who wouldn't be interacting otherwise, right? It's why we see so much stupid internet slap fights, you know, with on Twitter and whatnot, because like I should not be seeing the opinion of a 14-year-old he, them, non-binary, aromantic furry, right? Like, that is a thing a couple years ago, probably more than a couple now, it's like 7 years ago, that I would just never had interacted with. But now I'm subjected to it constantly because of Twitter. I would eat your food, Kirito.
修復完了しました。ただまだわずかに足りないデータ、ほんの小さな欠損なので何かが欠けているけど。
So I guess they just wanted to split Kirito up now if they're not gonna get the data. So basically every theory for this that I had going on is not coming true.
はい、その感覚に近いと思います。
Which is a shame because I think him saving her would have been some real fucking therapy for him. But their initial interactions should still be interesting.
Sachi が目を覚ましたみたい。おはよう、サチ。気分はどう？大丈夫。
Sachi's cute. I like beauty marks. I'm pretty sure you've probably caught on. My OC mascot channel thing has one under the eye.
あなたを助けたのはこっちの風花さん。僕はユウキ。はじめまして、サチ。
Can I say it's funny? Capcom will do more with DMC than with Rockman, even though Rockman is more profitable than DMC. Rockman 11 and the X Legacy collection sold more than DMC 5. Really, I didn't even know that. That's actually insane. I mean, Capcom loves making bad decisions and hates money, but at the same time, I also hate Capcom and most of their releases. So I kind of worry what would happen. I feel like Rockman / Mega Man's honestly a pretty hard thing to fuck up, but I feel like Capcom would find a way. Kind of like how Namco found a way to fuck up Pac-Man. They made it into like a a horror limbo-like platformer. I don't know. I don't. When like a modern Capcom does not touch a franchise I like, I'm actually more happy about it than sad these days.
私の名前はサチ。でも私はどうしてここに？ねえサチ、私たちのこと覚えてる？すみません。私何も覚えてない。
Is this full on amnesia?
記憶が。風花さんの言う通り、やっぱりデータが足りてないからなのかな。
Was the development?
どうなんだろう。起きたばっかりでまだ混乱しているだけかもしれないよ。
サチさん、ここに来るまで来てから何でもいいから覚えていることはありますか？
キリト。
Does she just remember the
キ
name?
リトくん。キリト。
Yeah, okay, sure. Keep it to my comment from earlier. Literally any girl, first thought, entering a scene, does not need her memories.
キリトに伝えなきゃ。
Oh.
でもその言葉が出てこない。どうして？
大丈夫、落ち着いてサチさん。キリト君にもすぐに会えるから。
サチもきっと疲れてるんだよ。はい。データは正常に修復されたはずですが、本当にわずかだけなのですが、あるいはこの世界に来てしまった時の衝撃や決算時のショックで記憶を呼び起こせないのかも。
そうなんだ。やっぱりキリト君に伝えたいことがあるんだね。
今はゆっくり休ませた方がいいと思う。残りのデータを探そうにも。
キリトとは私も話がしたいけど。それじゃあご飯食べない？きっとキリトも今頃ご飯食べてるよ。そうね。キリト君のことだからサチさんが起きた時のために少し軽めのものも用意しないと。
僕も手伝うよ。
じゃあ私たちはサチを見ておこうか。そうだね。アスナ、ユウキ。
Speaking of Capcom making bad decisions, did you know that we were going to get Rockman X9 and Ifune canceled it halfway through development because he wanted to reboot the X series on the PSP? I feel okay, so here's the thing. I really like Maverick Hunter X and I'm really like powered up even more. So I'm not even sure how to feel about that. I think over the years people have treated Inafune too harshly. Ever since I saw that interview where apparently he was the one who wanted all the panty shots for Roll in Marvel vs. Capcom and he insisted that they must be in the games, I've realized the man is a visionary and most people just can't understand it. But yeah, no, I'm not sure I think that's even a bad thing. I like Maverick Hunter X and I wish Maverick Hunter X continued. Like, I wish we got more of that. And even more so with Powered Up. I fucking love Powered Up. It might be one of, if not, one of my favorite Mega Man games ever.
ねえフーカ、サチの体はもう大丈夫なんだよね。
So who is Mighty Number 9's fault then? Mighty Number 9 was a necessary evil. When I look at it, I feel like the localization for Rockman's name in the US is pretty incohesive. In JP, it'd be rock and roll. Yep. For character pairing, but in the US, you wouldn't catch on to that. Yeah, and also because you have blues and bass, you miss out on all the other connections that are offered from that name. It's just typical localization where because it's by people who aren't very intelligent and aren't like creatives usually, or they're failed creatives for reasons. You know, they just end up fucking stuff up, even when they're not even trying to, probably. Forte, yeah. Did you play? I've never played Mighty Number 9, and I hope to never play Mighty Number 9. I really like the not roll character in it. What's her name in Mighty Number 9? I think she has a very good design. Mighty Number... If I just type in roll, will come up. Call? Oh yeah, Beck and Call. Yeah, okay, yeah. Dude, she's got... Nice. She's like a little chubbier than Roll, I feel like. I don't know. In terms of like the thigh dimensions and whatnot. I like it. It's probably might just be like the hoodie design. It's good though. I like everything I'm seeing here. The one thing, do you guys remember when they were voting on her design? Because I do. And there was a lot of good options here. Obviously the middle is the one they went with. Again, she like, I guess her face just looks chubby. I don't know. She looks a bit more filler. But I don't want to use like the word chunky or pudgy because she's obviously still, she's tiny, right? But she just is a little more plumpish in the right areas. But yeah, no, these are some other proposed designs that are really good. I really like the one on the far right. Just the way that dress fit is. It's perfect. And I love that. So you can see like the robotic, I don't know what to call that. The fucking design lines, like the mechanics of her legs. Like I like that. I like when there's like a robot girl and you can tell she's a robot and it's not just a girl. Like again, obviously I can like it when they just it's just a girl. But like I like when there's actually mechanics or like clear indication that this joints, thank you. God, what an easy word. I like when that stuff is clearly visible. I think that's very attractive. But yeah, I hope to never play Mighty Number 9. Beck's design is just okay. I actually think Mega / Rock is way better than him. Not that I don't think Roll is also better than Call. But I think it's a pretty even playing field. Also, Rock X Roll best ship in the series. So true. I love oh, is it a Mighty is it a Marvel vs. Capcom art? Hold on. There's specific, I believe it's Marvel vs. Capcom, where there's specific art of like, I don't know if it's Morgan or something. Someone's like being like flirtatious towards Mega Man and Roll's very jealous. It's very cute art. I think it's Marvel vs. Capcom, but I can't recall it off the top of my head. But there's so much of there's so much official art and content of Rock X-Roll. Ada would find it if he was here, but sadly Ada's not here. But yeah, no, there's a lot of Rock X-Roll stuff that's officially done by Capcom. Capcom, I know we're just talking shit on them, but Capcom used to be such a good company. They just got hit with the American beam, the globalization, and it all went to shit. Also, because I'm now remembering chat user Twerkster Demodo. Oh my god, this one. So you guys will have to refresh my memory again, because I don't know what anime this is, the one that Netflix is currently adapting. And we showed some stuff earlier though, because you know they did the meme, they did the Netflix adaptation meme. And here's some of the other ones, because I only showed the first one essentially. But can we look at this one on the bottom? Like, what the fuck is this? Your anime girl, sir. Kagaguri? Yeah, that one. This is so fucking gross. Like this, you should, like, I feel like if you made this property, you should be able to sue. This is spiritually rape. What's funny is that Rock and Roll's relationship is more akin to Nero and Kyrie from Devil May Cry. Is it? I kind of see what you're saying. But I can't say it's a connection I've ever thought of. Yeah, never let America touch anything. This is a real piece of dog shit. And I showed it off before, but there was like a Japanese television adaptation, and like the characters look pretty, you know, on model for live action, which usually happens with, you know, Japanese television things, right? It usually looks like good cosplay. Sorry, I clicked on a Marvel Rivals video. Chat poll. If you play Marvel Rivals, what big head mode are you getting for the emote? Right now, I can't choose between Jeff and Venom. I play Venom a lot more, but Jeff is very funny. Look at this guy. So if you don't play Marvel Rivals, they're doing a big head mode event, and everyone gets a big head for it. But at the end of the event, you're allowed to choose one character to get an emote for that lets them always just have big head. Reed Big Head sounds funny and fitting because he can do that. But Venom also looks good, but I don't think Venom's in this video that I'm looking at. Oh no, he is. Probably somewhere. Dimitri loves Venom's Venom song. I do. That shit came on the radio in Fortnite one time and I was livid, dude. But going back to Rock and Roll real quick. Big Head Venom is also funny as hell. Yeah, no, it looks good. It works too, because Venom could probably technically do that too. Before I continue the cutscene. Shit. Wait, similar to the Rock and Roll thing, again, bringing things back to Sonic, we see that a lot, where it's like, so the creator of Shadow the Hedgehog ships Shadow and Maria, like that was, you know, Shadow was literally made for her. You know, he retweets art of them all the time, marriage, romantic, etc. But like the fucking Sonic fandom will act like it's a cardinal sin if you also ship Shadow and Maria together, even though like I guess it might not technically be fully canon, but hey, the fucking creator also is 100% supportive and sees the relationship that way, you know? He sees it as purely romantic. But it's just actually insane. He brought up Sonic. I won Dimitri on a stream. This is the first I brought up Sonic several times today. Shadow made for Ari and Connie. True. I fucking hate the Shadow Latinx memes of him being into Latinas or whatever. It's a fucking Sonic Prime meme, by the way. That's how it started. So that's how you know it's unfunny. But like, it's just like, not that memes have to be canon. But that is not Shadow the Hedgehog, brother. He loves his women, blonde hair and blue-eyed, just like me right now in SAO. Force as fuck meme. Exactly. It's because it's like usually memes that technically are out of character are usually based on something. It's just random Twitter bullshit, right? Because female sexualization is bad unless I guess you make it brown, because Twitter loves doing Latinx stuff. Like the Miku thing, right? You can't sexualize Miku, but if you make her Brazilian and give her a tan, yeah, that's fine, I guess. It's like, what? But anyway, if I keep talking on Twitter, I'm gonna get mad, so I'm gonna get sad instead, so I'm gonna continue.
この世界に来ちゃった時の衝撃が原因？でも、私とフィリアは普通だよね。ここで悩んでいても仕方ない。
God, I love bread. If bread wasn't unhealthy for you, I'd probably be like actually very skinny.
何かの原因で
But I
忘れて
just
しまってい
fucking
る可能
love
性
bread,
もあるん
guys.
じゃないかな。
そうそう、みんなで話をしているうちに思い出すかもしれないよ。
そうだね。キリトのことは覚えてたんだし。とりあえず今はご飯を食べて吹雪が収まった後に備えましょうか。
Bread is not unhealthy, it's just hard to not eat a lot of it because how good it is. Well, maybe not healthy is the right word, but bread, to quote the philosopher Scott Pilgrim, will make you fat. So that's the problem, is it's high on calorie, I guess. The unhealthy might not be the word, but it will stuffen you up.
ありがとう。実は簡単な料理なの。
I do like the contrast here of Asuna, you know, being the housewife, making like this delicious food, and Kirito being like, you want to grill a skewer? Like,
あ、サチさん、目が覚めた？
はい。
やっぱり。
it's also kind of funny in retrospect, or kind of cute in retrospect, because, you know, Asuna's cooking obsession, you know, somewhat comes from Kirito showing her, you know, how good the bread with cream could taste in Aincrad in their first meeting when she was still depressed over the whole thing.
すみません。大事なことを伝えなければということはわかるんですが。
気にしなくていいよ。それよりお腹空いてない？アスナと一緒にご飯作ったんだ。
アスナの作った料理は美味しいんだよ。
あ、もちろん無理はしないでください。皆さん、ありがとうございます。
もちろん、たくさん食べてね。
Sachi's cute because she looks frail and weak.
美味しい
A
でし
little
ょ。
depressed.
はい。とて、
そう、お口に合ってよかった。
皆さんもそのキリトの
It's a design that activates like
キリト君の仲間だよ。
primal receptors in a man of protection, I feel like.
仲間。そうなんですね。
ねえ、だ
I
っ
used
た
to
ら
eat
みん
bread
な
with
でキ
every
リトの
meal.
話をしたら。
I still do because I
サチも
mostly
思い
eat
出
like
すんじゃないかな。
sandwiches.
それいいね。私もみんなの話聞きたいし。そうね。サチさんが嫌じゃないなら。
It's fine to eat carbs if you're gonna use those carbs. I don't get out enough,
あり
man.
がとうございます。
Like I work out, but like again, like everything I do, job, hobbies, involves me sitting in a fucking computer chair.
面白そう。それじゃ誰から行く？
私とキリトの思い出は一緒に辛いものを食べたりオアシスに入ったりいろいろあるけど。一緒にオアシス？
Is it odd to say I preferred SAO Alicization well before the rest of the group joined him? No, I totally understand that. I really like early Alicization. I mean the payoff of the end, there are a lot of good moments, and I do kind of like everyone showing up at the end for like the big everyone is here climax. But again, Alicization really shows Kawahara's like writing chops, like how much they improved. Because again, I don't think SAO is badly written, but I do think Alicization is a step up in purely the writing factor.
キリトって華奢なように見えて。
And I think a lot of the dynamics and relationships that he develops there, you know, whether it's, you know, Kirito, Yu-Gi-Oh, Alice, like the way those characters work and stuff, that, you know, it really, how are this? He just did really well showing it off. Like I understand why you would prefer that. Like a lot of interesting developments happen between them, between bouncing off each other, especially because like they were all new characters and allowed for new things to form that we wouldn't usually see before that.
ストレアさん、キリト君とどんなことしてるの？別に普通だよ。とっても仲良しってだけ。そう。後でキリト君に聞かないと。
I love Asuna catfights. Do you ever see those SAO fans who get like really mad about that? Like, well, how dare you? SAO's not about fan service. It's the most insane leaps in logic. Like, don't get me wrong, I like that Kirito at the end of the day is loyal to his wife, and it's not a harem show in that like everyone at the end of the day ends up respecting Asuna, I guess is the best way to put it. But I do like those little moments of jealousy and whatnot. I think they're cute, especially with Alice, going back to Alicization. Because she's the only one who pushes her luck in the main series. Alice and Asuna catfight, yeah, they're good. Especially because, like, unlike the other girls, obviously, Alice, again, going back to Alicization, lived with Kirito kind of uniquely and away from all of this. So their relationship is developed a bit differently in a more intimate, I don't want to say romantic, in a more intimate manner than a lot of these other characters. He was pulling girls as a potato. I fucking loved that he's literally in a jail. Like, he's literally a retard. He literally zero brain function, and women are still falling all over him and getting wet. Like, they have him in a fucking tent, and they're all cuddled up and laying with Kirito. Brother, he can't turn it off, even when there's nothing else on. I love SAO. It's also really funny, we were talking about Monogatari and Amari earlier, and how, like, when people get into these shows that are, like, against fan service or against whatever it is in the given situation, how they kind of, like, lie about the content. You saw that stuff with Chibi Reviews, right? When he posted that screenshot from that one Don show / manga, I believe. And people got, like, really fucking mad, like, how dare you make our series look perverted? And it's like, brother, this is a screenshot. Like, this is in the show. So it's like, it was funny because I heard Alicization didn't have as much fan service. It didn't have the type of thing that you associate from early SAO. But then you watch Alicization and it has literally all of that. It has all the same harem elements. There's grapes. And more grapes than usual, honestly. Because again, they had a female grapist instead of just a male that season. So it was funny that Alicization got that, because I do think even people who didn't like SAO probably saw it as a higher point of writing. Because it really is a step up, even though Ironclad is still my favorite. And no, I've never watched a Gundam series. I need to. I say it all the time because people always ask me. I think robots are cool. I'd probably like it. But yeah, no, equal opportunity rape. SAO is very progressive. Aww.
そうですね。どんな困難にあっても、私もキリトの強さに救ってもらったんだ。私がピンチに陥ってどうしようも
And I said this before, the only thing I watched Gundam is like Seed SD. No, SD, when they were like chibi. I watched that as a kid. I liked it because robots as a kid. Thoughts on SAO Abridged? I think all Abridged series should be sued into the ground and should not exist. I think anytime someone's like, oh, this series is so funny, it's not. I literally won't even crack a smile whether it's Dragon Ball, SAO Abridged. And all it does, it ends up like creating, you know how I'm gonna really regret getting this off topic. You know how we're always talking about how, fandom spaces and all this, like there's no genuineness within all of everything. Now everything's ironic, guys. It's funny. We're making fun. It's cringe to actually like or care about anything. That's what a Abridged series fosters within it. Like anytime you talk to like a Dragon Ball fan who's from Abridged, all they do is like, ha, stupid Goku, he's a bad father, huh? Like that's all they can do is fucking misquote the series and stuff like that from Abridged. They're a blight. I hate Abridged series. So genuinely. Watch Gundam Origin. It's the only Gundam I would recommend. It's very good. Alright, so you're not a Gundam guy usually, and you're like, this series is so good that I think everyone should watch it? Or is that just like, this will get you into Gundam? It's so good. SD Gundam Force? Yeah, I think that was it. Again, this was like when I was a stupid child. I don't really remember or absorb much of it, but I remember liking it to the point that I bought toys for Gundams. But yeah, usually they're just very mean-spirited. And again, it's not that you can't make jokes about these things, but I think it's so fucking abysmal that like one of the first things when you go to search up Dragon Ball or SAO or anything is stuff from Abridged. It's just the worst for all the reasons I just listed.
だからキリトは私のヒーローなの。ヒーローか。私もキリト君には助けてもらってばっかり。
I just tend to hate irony poison across the board.
キリトに助けてもらったおかげでスリーピングナイツだけでボスを
I just want,
倒せたんだよね。
I like things that are genuine.
ヒーロー。
Like things that are a little
キリトはヒ
cringe.
ーローだね。なんだか私も知らないキリト君の一面を。それじゃあ次はアスナ。え、私？なんだか改めて話をすると照れちゃうけど、みんなが知らないエピソードっていうと、一緒にお昼寝をして夕方になっちゃったとか。キリトと一緒にお昼寝？いいなぁ。
Are they talking about the scene in the
一緒
field?
にお昼寝ですか。その時から仲がいいんですね。羨ましいかも。
No.
あ、でも違うの。あの時はちょっと言い争ってた後で、そのキリトとお昼寝。アスナ、顔が真っ赤だよ。やめてよ。あー、恥ずかしくなってきちゃった。 少し
Does Kirito, I mean Kirito has to bed AIDS girl in like all the games, right?
そうね。寒さは相変わら
It's
ず。
just funny because she's like the only girl in canon who doesn't have like any like affection romantically towards him.
少しでも近づいておきたい。
But game versus Kirito is just on a different level, I guess, dude. No one, absolutely no one can resist.
賛成。ターゲットもいない。
Yeah, yeah, I know you yeah, you get memory events several games, yeah. I need to play through a lot of the later SAO games.
確かアスナさん。
Oh, that reminds me, dude. I tried watching his other work.
なあ、メッセージにはそう書いてあった。
The one
まず
about
は
the fat
山小屋を
guy.
探してみよう。
I can't remember his fucking name now. Excel World. Did not like it. No, not one bit, dude.
任せてね。
頼りにしてるわ。
I like the world. I like the concept. I fucking hated that fat pig. Fuck. I don't know. Maybe I'll watch more of it later. I thought the main girl was okay. I thought her like obsession with him was kind of cute. But I think oh yeah, base Dimitri.
ここからそう遠くなくなるんだけど。
I think one of my biggest problems is I remember the best way I could describe it is early on. I kind of like pathetic guys, but like it has to be like Yujio, someone who like, you know, gets this sense of self and strives for it, even though, you know, he can be a bit of a downer, a bit of a failure. But he has that strong like drive, commitment, or whatever, right? Like, and he does, in some ways. Go, yeah, Mob is another good example. I mean, those two characters are different, but like you can kind of see. Also Subaru, yeah, like I like pathetic guys a lot, in most definitions. So like my problem with this fat pig, and I say that because he literally transformed into a pig, is that when he's like talking to there's this scene with the main girl, and he's like, you can use me, you can do whatever you want from me, I won't care, I will ask for anything. Just like the most omega simp mode ever. And it just was not pathetic in a way that vied with it. I didn't like that. I didn't like that, the doormat behavior I was seeing from him. Like, that was just gross, kind of pathetic. I don't know. And you could argue someone like Subaru, right, is like crazy over Amelia. But and initially it's almost a very selfish, but like even when Subaru's at his worst and being pathetic, it's because he's selfish, right? it's because he's not seeing Amelia as like someone with her own, what's the word? Like he sees her own. I don't want to say an object. Like, you know, like when people treat women as like a baby, that they have no fuck, what's the word? Agency. Like she has no agency essentially. Yeah, okay, I got it like right before you guys said it. So like so again, I have a really hard time describing like articulation on stream when I don't have anything prepared in my mind when I'm trying to come to it immediately. But yeah, the reason I didn't like the Excel World character is because he's pathetic in a very like, I don't know, like if like a very like simpy, like there's no drive in there that's actually like chivalrous or I'm struggling to get the right words out. I'm very sorry. But again, whether we're talking Subaru, Yushio, right? There's like a good like they want to be better, like for themselves, right? Like it's almost this like self-improvement thing. This guy, I didn't get anything from that. Like again, he was just a doormat. I don't know. I didn't really care for him. He didn't have any like personality traits that really struck out to me. And me liking the main character is usually pretty important. Also, he's fat. I don't know. I'll probably try more of Excel World at some point because I want it for before I play SAO versus Excel World. I do want to have some familiarity with the franchise. But to me, in a metatextual sense, it's very funny that he made this first series, and he just made the biggest fucking loser in the world, and then no one liked it, I guess. At least I certainly didn't like it. And he was like, okay, what if I just made the coolest guy ever the protagonist? And I was like, oh. And I love Kirito. Just complete tonal opposite of this guy. I hate that his avatar is a stupid fucking pig too. I think that's another part of it. He turns into a pig and then his like mecha form is so bland and boring. Again, like I love Kirito's design. I don't know, just both visually and narratively, there's been nothing appealing about his character. And again, I'm probably doing a terrible job of explaining why that is. Just because on stream, my mind's broken up between a bunch of things. But the TLDR is somewhere in there. Who's the character you know, knows protagonist becomes better throughout the series? Well, one of them was probably my Subaru, because ReZero is one of my favorite light novels, anime, etc. And like early on, Subaru's kind of like, you know, he's kind of a pathetic loser when he gets into the world, and he's kind of arrogant, selfish. Like there's this really good scene, I think it's towards episode 8, where it's like, you know, he's putting on the heroics up to that point, but he kind of admits he's just kind of doing it for himself, right? And I mean, that's the thing, right? Subaru, even at that point, is still a good person, right? But he's a flawed individual. And that's why I like him, because he has those things, but he betters himself as things go forward. I don't know if that's who you're specifically asking about, but that's probably it. I also called Yuchio kind of pathetic because he's kind of wimpy early on, to a lesser extent, but he immediately kind of has that heroism in him. You know, Kirito helps him to reach that, right? Met the other guy. Oh, so, Yujio is from Alicization. He's the other male lead other than Kirito. He gets raped by the antagonist. He is literally the raped. Subaru wants to be good and has admirable attributes even at the start, but he has a cache of flaws, some overt, some subtle, but they're all critical. Yeah. And I hope to do a ReZero video one day. Because again, while it's hard for me to talk about on stream, I'm much better at writing, and that's why I enjoy making videos, because I honestly struggle speaking a lot, which is funny because, you know, I stream, make videos, I speak a lot, but I've always felt that it's very hard for me just in life to get my point across with things. And that's why I like writing, because I think when I sit in front of a screen and just kind of really get my thoughts out, I can really portray my feelings in a way that I can't just do off the cuff. And there are people who are good at that. There are people who are very good at, like, you know, public speaking. I'm not one of them. I have my gripes with SAO, but I absolutely hate I have my gripes with SAO, but I absolutely hate Excel World. It's like being waterboarded with so much bad sci-fi. Dude, it's really bad. Again, the way people talk about SAO is how I legitimately feel about Excel World. I hate it. I was only like 5 episodes in. I can't watch ReZero because it feels like torture porn. I wouldn't go that far in that it doesn't feel fetishistic. But you know, there's a lot of blood, there's a lot of gore, that's part of it. So I get why you'd be put off from that. Like if you're squeamish, you can't handle that type of thing. I totally get it. To me, that's very funny. Did you guys remember that? I think it was Neuralities made a video about like how ReZero is like it was essentially like a male power fantasy, and it's like, fucking what? It was one of the most insane like pseudo-intellectual leftist things I've ever seen, just because like girls like Subaru essentially. But like the fucking series puts them through the shredder. I mean, honestly, literally, and the whole like violence part that we're just talking about, like, right, he dies, like his power literally requires him to return by death, to die before he can go back in time. But also, again, the beginning of the series is very critical of Subaru and all of his flaws, right? Like, there are several episodes dedicated to being like, hey, asshole, like, get it together. You know, that's why he's like a good character. Like, it's... Yeah, I love eternal suffering, big fantasy of all men. Yeah, I hate these people. I genuinely do. I think they're evil. But I guess Yui K4, whatever your name is, Yukiya maybe. That might be lead speak. I don't know. Sorry. But the incel love thing, yeah, I guess that might be the argument. I've never watched this video, but I guess because Subaru is an incel or whatever, and you know, he gets the girls in the end and people fall over him. Because Subaru's like a charming guy, dude. Like, again, even at the start of the series, though he's flawed, and fucked up, and kind of like, you know, just, again, kind of arrogant, kind of selfish. You know, even then, he's like kind of a charming guy. You know, he's trying, he's doing his best. His true, real motivation might be for himself, but like, you know, he wants to be a hero. He wants to be a good person, right? Like, that's part of it. He's a charming guy, and especially as, you know, he grows throughout the series, like, you know, that charm level just keeps going up. Like, he's the lolly monster, dude. These girls start falling for him left and right for good reason. Subaru is suffering and well written. Yeah, exactly. It's already 3 hours, dude. Oh my god. Didn't... Higurashi and Steins Gate did the time jank stuff better, in my opinion. I think those are very different series with different intentions. I love Okabe art with Subaru because I think those are characters that would get along and find each other relatable. I don't even think I agree with better. I think ReZero is one of the best things I've ever experienced. But I also love Steins Gate and I also love Higurashi. But for me, I feel like in a lot of ways they're trying to accomplish different things. Even though they both, they use time travel in interesting ways. Same bit with like Saito and Zero no Sakaima. That's a series I want to watch. I watched the first season when I was like a bab. I never saw it through the end, but it's got a classic tsundere. I love magic systems. I love fantasy worlds. I feel like I'd like that. I wouldn't compare these and how they handle. I wouldn't compare those and how they handle time. Yeah, like I said, they both use time travel in interesting ways, but I mean, I do think there's also a comparison in how they torture the MCs, because like Subaru's got the both worlds, right? Like Okabe is tortured mentally because of the thing that happens. I'm not gonna say specifics right here. And then Higurashi, you have your MC being physically tortured for reasons. And Subaru just has everything. He just has the worst of it all, the male fantasy. I remember Higurashi having a gacha game tied to Go, and Satsu and I just immediately hated it for the connection. Oh, dude, did you not like Go? I fucking hated Go. That's good. I love to hear that. Narratively, and dude, the fucking gore in Go sucked. Like, it was too over the top. It kind of has the same problem as Born Again, to bring us all the way back to the beginning of the stream. Where the gore is so excessive that there's like almost no like weight to it. I don't know if weight's the right word, but like it feels cartoony, I guess, you know? Born Again's like that. Why did you just run into this random galactic galaxy door? Time travel stuff. What do you think of Tokyo Revengers? I've never seen Tokyo Revengers. Higurashi had amazing friendship messaging. I loved Higurashi as a kid. It's super surprising that I did end up with like a freaky gore fetish. I know a lot of people like that. Can you stop shooting me? Oh my. I'm stabbing you. I don't like how... Yeah, the art style of Go also looks like shit. I would not recommend the anime of Higurashi since it markets itself on the gore, which is technically never shown in the VN. I liked the anime. I really like the mood of the Higurashi anime as well. When Seagulls Cries anime adaptation is fucking dog shit. But for Higurashi itself, I really enjoyed it. The art, the mood, everything was really good. I haven't watched it in years, but I was super obsessed with it as a kid. I didn't import it. I remember maybe I did import it. I think I might have. There was a PSP game which is crazy for Higurashi, and it was like a brawler, like a versus brawler, like a 3D arena fighter. There we go. That's the word. Fucking weird, right? I remember playing that as a kid on my PSP. So again, I was super into Higurashi. I think it was called Higurashi Daybreak. I liked it. It was enjoyable. And he's already played Silent Hill F since he's writing that. Isn't it like phones bad? I initially did have it because he's on the writing, but I feel like I've seen stuff over the course of since that announcement that made me less interested. I could be thinking of something else, but I'm pretty sure it was that. Tokyo Revengers is gay, don't watch it. So true. I have a set 1960. Maybe it's probably something else I'm thinking of then.
Is best girl winning, son?
She's going through it right now, but I think so. She seemed pretty happy last time I was here. I am unfortunately losing because I still haven't been able to play as best girl though. So that's pretty disappointing, but thank you 29 months. The problem with Tokyo Revengers is the pro tag is a wimpy loser. Oh, so that might be like the... That might be like my problem with Excel World. I think my problem is I don't like to me, I like characters who are wimpy and, you know, kind of pathetic, but not accepting of it, right? Like, oh, what's a good example? Like the guy from Fearin', right? Stark, right? You know how he like runs away from the dragon and stuff because he's scared or whatever? Like, he's a good person, but I like characters who at the end can push themselves to do it, whether because someone else comes in their life or, you know, they build up the courage. Sinon, sure. That works too. But yeah, no, I brought up Yu-Gi-Oh earlier. Ego my ego. I like characters that are pathetic, but like they're striving. I can't stand MCs that are actually just pathetic losers, like the Excel World guy. Who's just like a wimpy doormat. Like, he's like, use me, do whatever you want with me, I don't care. I'm sad and useless and a stupid pig. Like, fuck you, you are a stupid pig. Like, I have such a love, such an attraction to characters who are pathetic, but who don't want to be, I guess. Like, I'm struggling to put together, but like my passion's coming through. To be fair, Tamiyaji's whole character is protecting his loved ones despite pain and fear, so you may like him actually, you silly boy. I haven't seen Tokyo Revengers. I disagree with the person who called it gay because I thought it was funny. Maybe I would. I'm not saying I feel it anyway about it right now. I try not to like take in what other people say if I didn't experience it myself. Because there are a lot of times where I'll agree with general consensus and there's a lot of times where I don't. I'll poke you. Keep your hands to yourself, mister. When I made the connection on the kanjis for Satsua and Gao combined to Satsugyo, graduation, the series rendition will thank you and his graduation title, I was like, damn, I wish they made more effort into the detail for something with better writing. Yeah, see, I didn't even put that together until I read you saying it right now. I mean, that's probably one of the things, when something's like not good, you're like less inclined to like look at the details, or at least I am. Like, I even things that are bad might have like a cool little thing about them, right? But then they're just, you know, stuck in the dog shit. No, Dimitri Monroe, I am correct about everything and my opinions are the best. That's a good attitude to have, I respect it. So why did you run here, Silica? That's fine, but why'd you run into the fucking door? Oh, you know, understandable. I too, if I saw a cute kitten, I would chase it to try to protect it. It's gonna have to do with them. Is Sachi's memories gonna be in this cat? Big emotional Sachi moment, but it's replaced with a cat. Oh, okay, well, it just had the...
シリカが聞いたっていう声は。
歌を歌っているような気がしました。
歌？
はい。
Oh.
そうだ。曲。
Tearing up in the club right now. I really need to get back to reading progressive prose. I really feel like the only connection, the fucking prelude stuff that we got was just like song. Did you see Blue Lock, Dimitri? The fascist soccer? I didn't hear it was fascist. I do know what Blue Lock is, but I don't like sports ball. I'm not a sports ball guy. That might surprise you, as I look like a guy who loves playing the sports and the balls. I heard some retard call it that, and it stuck with me. Dude, everything's fascist now. If something is fun and enjoyable, it's the fascist regime. Everyone needs to be fucking miserable and on SSRIs at all times, okay? That's true democracy, true freedom. You do not look like a guy that loves sports ball. Well, joke's on you. I've played literally every sport to ball in existence. I played football. I played baseball. I played karate, which isn't a sports ball, but it is a sport. Kind of. Tennis. I love tennis. That's like the one sport I actually enjoyed. I didn't play soccer actually, because I'm not gay and European. As like a child, my parents would like force me to do like every sport imaginable. It sucked. Keep in mind, I've always been like 5'2". Like, so it wasn't a problem at that point in life. But as the years went on, it's like I can't keep playing basketball, man. Like, I don't know, Mom, I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, I've done a little bit of everything. Holy sound effects. Oh, is it? Do I need to turn it down? I'm looking at the clips. It is specifically only getting loud when he strikes down the lightning. Ball sports name is Tom. Again, I love tennis. I wish I lived. No, it's good. Okay, Keto line in the classic. You can't trust that guy. I did do wrestling as a kid, but I stopped because I swear, I told my mom this is gay. Like I literally used the argument of like it's just dudes grabbing dudes. I didn't like it. I felt uncomfortable. It's so funny. Oh man, that's a memory. This guy was rough the one time I fought him in multiplayer with people. And I'm looking at chat a lot, so I'm not really bringing my A game either. Oh my god, these fucking guys are dunks. Get the hell out of here. I was on a swim team. I did that too, dude. I did everything. You don't understand. My parents wanted me to do every sport imaginable. No wonder, like, it's no wonder I grew up and didn't want to go outside. I couldn't escape it. Don't move out of my reach, dude.
やっぱり一筋縄ではいかないな。
雑魚敵もどんどん湧いてくるから撤退できないの。
I could pin Dimitri. I don't think so, buddy.
少しだけ敵の挙動が弱まったみたいです。
場所を伝えたところでここ
I'm
まで
like
たどり着ける
sneaky.
か。
I got tactics.
迷っていても仕方ないわ。撃てる手は
Tennis was
全部
more
撃ち
my
なさい。
speed, my man. I fucking love tennis. I loved when we had tennis for like gym in school
俺はあいつの
or
足を
like
少しでも止めて
badminton.
くれ
You know, anything that volleyball too. I liked volleyball.
援護するわ。
I like when there's a net. Anything with a fucking net, I enjoyed.
みんなのおかげだぜ。
I only ever made it onto a basketball and handball team. Is handball like football? Because you're European. I'm gonna assume it's football. My football.
Dimitri really is Mario. Got all the
Oh,
sports.
dude, that's so true. I need to start bringing that up when I say I'm Mario. Thank you for the 29 months, Snake. It's so true. That soccer does not have that kind of net. All right, it's different. All right. You will never be a net.
そういえば少し吹雪が弱くなってきたみたいですね。
気がついたらずっとおしゃべりしてたもんね。アスナのご飯も美味しかったよ。ごちそうさま。アスどういたしまして。まだ残ってるけど。
You want to get back for the damn thing? You guys know what I meant. Before you came in here with your fucking cinema sins dings.
それじゃそろそろキリトたちを探しに。
It needs to have a net in the middle of the court, okay?
シリカちゃんからメッセージだ。え？どうしたの？キリト君たちが。キリトが？
Excuse me.
急がなきゃ。キリトのピンチは私が助けないと。
Can I actually play as Philia? If
私にも戦わせてください。サチさん。
I want to go for like extra missions if I don't get to play as Philia in the story. It seems like it's very dumb if so, because every other DLC you got the character, you just use the character in the story, at least twice. This one's a lot longer though, surprisingly.
嘘になりますけど、たくさんの敵に囲まれながら負けないように必死で戦う怖さが。
Oh, such. Man, they're gonna milk these tears for all they're worth, huh? Handball is a pretty rough game with a small ball. Oh, dude, is that like rugby?
キリト君たち今オーディナルスケール雪原で見つけたガラクシアの扉をくぐったら一応軽く扉の場所は説明して。
雪が降っていますから
任せてよみんな。こういう時のトレジャーハンターでしょ。私
Love Hollow Fragment.
は得意なんだ。さすがフィリア。
I should make Mario sports games a current year, except not lame.
ありがとう。本当に助かるわ。
Well, they can wait till I get a Switch too, and then they can do that. Yeah, I fucking love Mario sports games. Oh, you're approving me. All right, let's get both the new girls in here. I only have a third spot. I'm breaking Asuna. Alright, so... Alright, level 1 sword with a level 150 equipment. So what's this do? Increase the size of applicable mods by 1 rank when dropped. So does that mean whenever I pick up and swap things, I can increase the rank? But how do it doesn't her skill let me like... Was I lied to? I thought she could absorb all the mods, because she's like a treasure hunter, you know? I might have been lied to. I'll have to look deeper into this. Is there any we'll see. The only problem with playing these characters in here using level 1 items, they're gonna be fucking weak. She's fast, obviously, which is one of the reasons I thought I was gonna like her. Yeah, look at how much less damage I'm doing. Alright, so we got a spin with a wide arc on the end.
それなら見落とすことは
Really? Oh wait, can I have character info here? Duh. That dagger. Hold down the button to release quick successful hits. Heavy attack, blah blah blah. Diffuse spin, we just spell that. Slash an expanding radius. And strike surrounding and deals light damage. Okay, so it's light no matter what. Y is rush forward and double strike before finishing with a jumping upward slash. Okay. Lethal chase. Unleash a string of quick successful dagger attacks. Okay, I'm assuming it's kind of like Argo's. Hollow trick. Calls an illusionary Philia. Call an illusionary Philia for a powerful coordinated attack. Okay. That seems cool. Hollow Philia. Treasure boost can be activated when a mod is equipped. Activation will consume the current equipped mod and... Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. And permanently increase stats. The following stats are increased on the type of mod used. Okay, so she doesn't have a special mode she goes into. Anytime I see a mod and I don't actually want to use it, I can absorb it for permabuff stats. That sounds really good. Especially for stuff like raids and extreme raids and whatnot. Because a lot of the time they will drop fucking useless boost. Like flight gauge and stuff. I thought Tennis Aces was fine. Dude, Tennis Aces is a very good game, but it has content drought. It had fucking no content. And they did the Nintendo Switch era thing of slowly releasing things out, and at that point people just got less and less interested. But which is very sad, because I love Aces. I think Aces is a great fucking game. Mechanically, it might be the best fucking tennis game Mario's ever had. And I'm not joking. Like, but it just didn't have content, which sucks. So basically everything with it. You know what's something cool that I like? I say this all the time. Well, I say it all the time when we play Kingdom Hearts. I love when a character holds a sword backwards. Like this. That's style right there. Just looks cool. You know, also it's always associated with like a speed type of thing. Okay, so if I pick this up, I can do that and just absorb it. Okay. I had no elemental damage on this, so that was actually the right call. The one redeeming feature event is true. Oh, dude, I haven't tested out her deck yet. I do wonder if that has aerial coverage. Like Kirito's. Because Kirito's can use like a stinger, like Dante to swoop in. If you hold Y. I was technically the wrong way, but yeah. Okay. So I was looking for it. Okay, I guess we could test if this goes up now. Okay, yeah, it does. It doesn't look like it goes this far. I felt like I was too far down. This made me happy though. Nothing disappoints me more when you're like a character and it has the Sonic and Smash effect where they just play like fucking shit. Or at least I feel like they play like shit. Obviously Sonic's a very good character in Smash, but I fucking hate his moveset. It's just not fun. Dude, what if Sonic did a spin dash? And then another spin dash? And what if another move was a spin dash? Did you know this character's never done anything in his life other than spin dash? Sora was kind of like that in Smash 2 for me, where I really didn't like his moveset, which is very disappointing. Feels like too floaty, I don't know. It's probably because he's not KH Sora. Or, excuse me, not KH2 Sora. Thoughts on Mario Golf Super Rush? Not good. Wasted my money on that game. And one of the last times I bought anything on a Switch, too. Increase critical damage. That's good. I don't feel like I want to eat that. I got my swimming Oh, whoa. I'm not gonna. This feels like a story I should read. Alright. I saw Lost, My Weird Trunks, and Teacher. Sorry, I said Super Rush was good. That's embarrassing. Never speak again. What do you think about Sonic Rivals games? They're fun. I like them. I don't think they're amazing, but I enjoyed them. There was a point in time, I don't know when this took place. I had to be like peak Dimitri Sonic Mania. Where I like went back and played like every Sonic game that I just never touched before. Right, so we take this and then we eat it. Then we take this back up. Okay. So I guess depending on what. So I'm guessing like so I think my swords. So sword mods are max. I can't absorb anymore. Super Rush was just goth and barely feels like Mario. Well, you gotta play the new mode where you like run on the court, bro. Oh, dude, I have a double jump. I didn't realize. That's also like Argo. Hers is very high though. Jeez, that is a lot of distance. You can go in and dive down. That's pretty good. Anyway, I got really off track. I'm very happy that Philia is a character. I feel like I'm actually enjoying playing. Speaking of, so usually for SAO, I always stream extreme raids. I've learned my lesson. We're not doing it in the first release for this new one because this boss is fucking hard when it's not extreme, the Kraken. And I'm just gonna do it for its next release when it comes back out late. Okay, no, okay, so I can just keep going down the list. Okay. Realistically, I probably should have just absorbed the movement speed, but I wanted to see how fast she is with it. And I think she might be faster than Monroe. DLC privilege, I guess. I remember Silver beefing with Tails and SBO like mad. You know, Silver's really good in those games. He has his actual fucking personality, bro. Like I miss that Silver. Not the fucking IDWs. I hate IDW Silver so goddamn much, man. Speaking of wimpy fucking losers, bro. Top of the list. Alright, I should probably head to the objective now. Yeah, I definitely got enough points. I think you only need 20, if I remember correctly, for these single player missions to get max. You want 20 and then you fight the boss. And usually that's enough. How to 3DS Mario sports games? Also not great, which is disappointing, because like Mario, excuse me, Nintendo DS had really good sports games. I believe the only sports game worth its salt for Mario on 3DS is the golf one. I believe it had like really good DLC and stuff too. I remember people really liking that one. Yeah, Mario Golf on 3DS, yeah, that one. That's a lot like Argo's. That's good. Aw. I love Hollow Fragment. I love Philia. Wow. Oh, is this okay? These are skins for them. I thought I actually just pulled a shit ton of legendaries. Well, I guess that's not level 1, so that's an improvement. But anyway, I was gonna say the Nintendo DS sports games are really good. Like they had Mario Hoops 3-on-3. I fucking love that game. I saw some chick try to blame the soft boy wubby fetish on internalized misogyny. You mean for fucking IDW Silver? That doesn't surprise me. Dude, all the... It's always what it is, man.
意外と近くにあったね。見つかってよかった。
Everything is misogyny, everything is fascism.
フィリアさん、ありがとう。フィリアさんのおかげですぐに扉を見つけられたんだ。
Oh, dude, that waist.
いいっていいって。
God damn.
それより
That's like a World Ends With You character.
助けに行こう。この扉の向こうはオーディナルスケールにつなぐ。みんな準備はいい？行きましょう。
She used silver as an example of wubbification in fandom? What the fuck? What are these words, dude? Oh, hey, that's nice for everyone who didn't get the rabbit hat, unlike me, who is insane and imported a code. They also, so there's like 2 expensive things to get for this game, like for limited items. And the good news is, I need to be on a girl. It was the yellow outfit for Len. You can get a gold version now through the celebration event, and then the hat, the rabbit hat, was the other thing. So those are the 2 things you really just could not get no matter what. So it's nice that they at least made all color ones for everyone. But I love SAO, as you've heard, so I had them. But getting the hat was really annoying. I had to like actually contact someone from Japan. Actually a nightmare. Because they gave out codes at special events. Oh, hold on. That's why my silver is 2006 mixed with Archie and Rivals. Well, I would count 2006 to be with Rivals. I mean, that's around the same time period. That's just completing character. I mean, obviously Archie Silver's different, and I can't speak to Archie. Archie Silver actually had him beef and own characters and even face off equal to godlike characters like Ernjack. That's an Echidna, I know that. But yeah, no, I mean, that sounds more like Silver. I mean, like I always say this, I don't think I like Archie overall, but I do think there are things in Archie that I will either think is cool or like, yeah, that's nice kind of thing, you know? I'm glad Silver sounds like he was handled well enough, or at least closer than we get with IDW. But yeah, no, this soft boyification thing, I mean, you see this throughout media. It's either we need to make... You need to make... Men can't be masculine, because that's toxic, right? So they always end up making these, like, soft, squishy things. And dude... There has been, like, an attack on, like, the Zoomer psyche. Some of you might be Zoomers, so I might be talking about you, but do you ever see those people who are just, like, obsessed with the whole like muscle mommy step on me type of thing? It's because it's the only type of sexualization that they have been taught they're allowed to have, right? Because if you like a female or attracted sexually to a girl in a typically like in a normal way, just like a normal average guy way, that's problematic. You're a misogynist, you're a rapist, this and that. And that's how we end up in this situation where everything's like super soft and non-threatening. Like the silver thing. And the silver thing I feel like is a lot of things mixed together, but it's definitely part of it. I don't know anyone like that. Sterling, the way you said that worries me, but I will not look into that statement. I have multiple types, I don't care what those people want. Well, that's good, but you also don't seem like a normal... You're one of the good ones. That's what I was gonna say. You seem to have actual opinions, whether you agree or disagree with me. They seem formed. Male-female sexual relations are not equal, that's why it must be flipped on its head. Dude, you know, yeah, dude, you know, so Marvel Rivals, right? Marvel Rivals sexualizes both its men and women to like an aggressive degree, right? You know, you have big butts on literally everyone. There's some topless shirt skins with men. The things that just really show off masculine, and even stuff like Reed in like his like wedding suit, right? Like his tuxedo, like that's definitely getting some girls flicking her bean or whatever. But you see these people on Twitter, and these movements are always led by either feminists or like gay men that are like trying to say that all this stuff in the game are not for women, right? That they're not for female sexuality, right? They're for men, they're a power fantasy. And it's just fucking insane. And then they'll be like, oh, we need to have like the men in like cross-dressing feminization stuff for sexualization. And that's like, that's not what like women are attracted to. Like your average woman, right? They're trying to do actual men. Like female and male sexualization are not like equal 1-to-1. The things men and women like are different. And you know, you can cross those borders. Some girls like things that are typical of guys, some guys like typical things of girls, but there's a reason, there's a fucking standard, right? Reed is really attractive, I agree. But my point is saying, it's like, you always see these people trying to like subvert the expectations, and to them, sexualizing men is only equal if we demasculate and humiliate. But that's not, it's not actually equal. That's why it's always like, it's always like a specific type of feminist or gay man, or excuse me, a specific type of gay man or feminist who pushes this type of thing. Anytime you go to any of these profiles, it's insane to me, dude. Mantis is my wife, that's all I want to say. Dude, Mantis is so cute. She taught, I said this before, I love girls who talk funny. Everything fan service doesn't even cater to ladies too. That's also true, right? They're like, it's fine when a game wants to do both. And my main point was that Marvel Rivals does it both ways, but it's also fine when it's just like, you know, there's that one weird female game that has like BDSM fetish stuff, the Korean with the boys. Right? The Korean game with the boys, or maybe it's Chinese, I don't know. But it's all like the Asian men. It's like very like a female dating sim type of thing. That's fine, that's just for them. Lads, right? They can have that, that's cool. And I can have Blue Archive. It is perfectly fine just for things to either exist in one camp or have both, or just do what the fuck they want. Not everything needs to be equal. But yeah, I completely agree. Who the hell is this? Oh, here it comes. Oh. That's about the kind of reaction I would expect. I appreciate the game saying this is Kirito. This is only Kirito can be chosen. He's the guy. He's gonna take down the boss. That's working Venom, right? Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. There's even things for gay men. Like that's in Marvel Rivals. Like they do everything. I just hate the way people try to reframe female sexuality as something that it's clearly not when you interact with like actual people. And I think in some fucked up way, like another reason I feel that way is because like I wouldn't want Captain America in a fucking tutu, right? I wouldn't find that sexually pleasing. Are you someone who likes guys? I'd rather him be his cool fucking self. That's why I say it's like a specific type of like gay that you see try to reframe this. So is this an actual fun game? It's made it feel being a licensed game. I mean, it being SAO is part of the sell. I really like this game. I play it a lot in multiplayer. The type of content you're seeing right now, to me, isn't the main draw. Like, I like doing raids, going on missions, playing with other people, like that kind of thing. I think the action combat is fun. We were talking about emotes earlier. It's kind of the same thing that's appealing to me about, you know, like a Phantasy Star Online type of thing. The biggest flaw with the game is its population's not as big as you would like, and the fact that it has so many queues for different things when they could really shorten it down. But I do really like this game as a game, but I mean obviously SAO is part of the identity. Would I like it if it wasn't like SAO? I don't know, that's hard to judge because it's so part of its DNA. But this single-player story stuff is, I would say, not to me the main draw. I think the story in this game is good, especially if you're someone, but again, it only would be good to someone who likes SAO because it is a culmination of the main verse and the game verse connecting. And I think the writing's good. So there's a lot of payoff for stuff in the series. Oh.
伝えなきゃキリトに私があの時に感じていた気持ちをキリト
Speaking of what I was saying.
サチやっぱりサチだ聞き間違いじゃなかったの
キリト私思い出したよ
サチ俺は
でもその前に敵を倒さなくちゃあ
あ一緒に戦おうサチ
How's Sachi alive? Because she's been ripped through time. For the main plot of this game, the main characters, like the main group, are the main timeline through the events of the light novels. But with specifically the progressive background, because I believe they reference progressive a lot. So progressive plus the main light novel. And then the Gameverse canon from the own games. And there are multiple characters who have died or who are out of the story, like past villains and stuff, who have been pulled through time to this event. Because the main thing, Galactica, Galaxy or whatever, was meant to be a form of time travel. I forget specifically, but it's probably gonna turn out to be Heathcliff shenanigans, as always, in some way, some connection. But yeah, this is supposed to be the Sachi. Hellfire Gala, Captain America? That man's handsome. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's gonna... that's gonna flick more beans than putting him in a fucking cuckoo, right? Like, everyone looks hot in Marvel Rivals, because that's how you sell a game, guys. Oh, that's almost how we showed it. Yeah. One of the blue eyes white lightning attack. Oh, I didn't realize I could play as Sachi. Oh man, that's good narrative. I wish I wasn't paying so much attention to chat. Okay, so she has a healing field. I'm gonna have to go into something later and actually look at her moveset. Imagine being dead. Yeah, that sounds like a skill issue, personally. Me, I'd live. Also, they increased rank this season from 100 to 150 for character. Kirito and Yui were the only ones I had maxed.
やっと倒れたわね。
でも勝ててよかったですね。
Dead character as a healing peak rating. It is kind of fucked that she's a support. Yeah. I was kind of going through my mind earlier when I read that.
アスナさんたちもご無事で何よりです。キリトさんにメッセージを送ってた人は。あ、それは私。シリカも会えて嬉しいって思ったけど、こっちのシリカは
You don't
私
see
のこと
booth
知らないんだ
physics
よ
that
ね。
much anymore for games. What a sad state for the industry.
すみません。もしかしてフィリア？そう、私と同じで別の世界から来ちゃったみたい。もちろんキリトやアスナ、ユイちゃんたちとも仲間だったよ。そうだったんですね。よろしくお願いします。キリトのそばにいると奇妙な出来事には事書かないわね。うん。シノンも向こうと変わらない感じだね。もう一人の方、向こうにいるわ。今は二人にさせてあげて。
何か事情があるんですね。わかりました。
さて、みんな無事に合流できたことだし、そろそろログハウスに戻ろうよ。
Subverse stream instruction. Well, the joke I was going for was now it's gonna be really funny because I have to explain it. Is because it's Starburst stream is both names, but in English, White Lightning Attack is what it is called for Yu-Gi-Oh. So it was a funny meme. You can feel free to laugh.
ごめんなさい。私が勝手に飛び出しちゃったせいでこんなことになっちゃったのに。終わりよければ全てよしじゃない。みんな無事だったんだし、私も空腹で倒れそうよ。食べ物といえばキリトが持ってた串焼きだけだったしね。大丈夫。ご飯ならまだ残ってるし、足りなければ作るから。ありがとうございます。
Just got really interrupted by a dad telling me to stall on power. I'm sorry, no one should have to go through that. I've never seen a social media presence more fucking annoying than a Power GX. You could literally not pay me to install that browser. Oh.
Kirito, ずっと伝えたかったことがあるの。私ね。
It's okay, Sachi, take your
な
time.
るほどな。キリトたちに会うと記憶を取
A
り
Para
戻した
GX specifically is what we're talking about.
はい。サチさんのデータ欠損がまだ埋められていないにもかかわらず、その後キリトさんが残りのデータを渡すと、キリトさんたちの持っていた最後のデータ編が何らかの影響を与えて。
そういうこともあるやもしれんな。何が起こってもおかしいとは言い切れん
I
じゃ
don't
ろ。
use Firefox. Decent
データは
choice.
確か
I'm a
フィ
brave
リア
man
とシリ
myself,
カが見つけたのじゃったか。
by all definitions.
二人はお手柄。
詳しく検査させてもらったのですが、サチさんのキャラクターデータはサチさんがある瞬間に感じた、
ある瞬間というのは、
おそらくですが、サチさんの最後の、きっと
That explains the
サチ
dour
さんがキ
attitude.
リトさんに伝えたかったことというのは、最後の瞬間に感じたその感情のことだったんだと思います。
すべてのデータが揃ったおかげで、サチのキャラクターデータは完全に修復され、キリトに無事伝えるべきことを伝えられた。
はい。でも、
Are they not gonna? I mean, there's almost like an impressive amount of restraint if they don't actually show the conversation,
なんじゃ。
especially from the writer, because obviously this isn't Kawahara.
あの戦いの後、サチさんはキリトさ
it
んと
might make
話を
sense
し
if
て
he
いた
doesn't
ような
want
の
to.
ですが、それが終わった時、 サシさんの姿が揺らいで薄くなったように見えました。ですがそれも一瞬で、サチさんは今もキリトさんたちと一緒にいます。まるで消えようとするデータが何らかの理由で引き止められたような。
わしがいた世界ではまるで、あるいはそれと同じような
思いの強さなら、
そうじゃと答えてやりたいところではあるが、言い切るのは難しい。
そうですか。
気を落としてない。風花はしっかりサチのデータを修復できたではないか。
はい。
今回のサチの件もキリトという存在が引き起こした安易に期待するのは良くないが、あの男キリトといると、
はい、私もそう思います。
It's my goat right there.
キリト、私のこともう覚えてくれた？
なあ、ちゃんと覚えたよ。どうしたんだよ。
こっちのキリトとはこうやって出会えて嬉しいなって。
そんな風に言われるとなんか奇妙な気分だけど。
向こうではあんまりいい出会い方をしなかったからさ。
こちらこそ。
みんな、ケーキ焼けたよ。やった、ケーキだって。
ここには食いしん坊しかいないから。おいサチ、サチも早く行かないとケーキなくなるぞ。
Never thought I'd hear that.
アスナさんたちやキリトのおかげで記憶をちゃんと思い出せてよかった。私ね、最後まですっごくキリトに伝えたい気持ちがあったの。だからキリトに直接伝えられて本当に嬉しかった。私幸せだったよ。キリトに出会えて幸せだった。
That's cute. I like how they did it. Mostly because, like, sometimes not showing something, again, it takes some restraint, but if it's handled in the right way, it actually feels more powerful. To relate things to Sonic, as always, I like how in Sonic X, when I think it's at the end of season 2, where you know, Sonic shows back up with Amy, and you can kind of read on his lips that he says, like, I love you too, or something, or I care about you. I forget specifically what it is, but of course you're just reading lips, so that's not completely accurate. But it's like a really powerful scene when it's being held back. I always get teary-eyed when I think about it, because it's like my favorite scene in Sonic X. I think that's one of the reasons I was saying I like this writer, because I like the way he handles characters, because obviously it's very easy to kind of write out like how that scene should stereotypically go in like a fan fiction way if you were to put them together again. But you have a lot of expectation to live up to, and in some ways, again, it can be better to obfuscate that. Like, you still see the emotions, you still pulled back, you see how she was feeling, but you don't actually get to see what was directly said then. I think that's good. Oh, man. 4 fucking hours. These things always go too long because they take forever to start playing the fucking game. But yeah, I like that. Honestly, I feel like... I also think these two characters going together, because Kirito actually does save Philia in her story and avoids her tragedy. They actually make a good pair. Juxtaposed. I just realized Kirito, or excuse me, I just realized Quinella and Yu-Gi-Oh are next together in character select screen. They're good friends. Rape really connects you with one another, right? It's a very romantic interaction. I'm really fucking happy that Yu-Gi-Oh got this outfit, by the way. I don't hate his standard outfit, but man, he looks so much better in armor, dude. Like his normal outfit's fine, but this is pretty good. It's not as good as the Integrity Knight outfit, but I do like the wolf armor. don't think we got anything else though, but yeah, the new extreme raid is the fucking Kraken. Oh dude, that hat's so cute! What the fuck? Little octopus with a little top. Oh, that's good. I don't know, maybe I'll try the raid off stream. I'm definitely not doing it. The thing is I have to build Yui up for light. Reinforced attack. I mean the good thing is I believe I got balls, right? What do I have balls on? Because I don't want to remove it from my other one. It's on water. Because I was really hoping I got Yui's extra balls on something I already had a double of. But then again, maybe I should look through this. Maybe I have it on something lower. Damage reduction, attack up, reinforce, reduction. Extra orbs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take apart one of these. I mean, I guess logically, if I'm gonna be smart, I should probably take it off this one. Because this has a lower damage ceiling. I want to build like, my problem, so my Yui has easily been my best for how I've been building her. Oh wait, hold on, am I fucking insane? Extra orbs on dark. Oh yeah, it's extra orbs on fire. But yeah, I really want to build a crit build for Yui and go actually insane and crazy. Because for me, she's easily the most fun to play. I just be whipping and hitting my balls everywhere, man. I don't know, we'll see. I'm really glad that I like Philia, like I said. So I wanted to start considering what's gonna make her work well, but she seems like I mean I guess I have to see what her legendary skills are, but I mean she seems pretty standard, so it's probably like similar to something how you would build Kirito. Yui's very specific because you want to get, obviously the extra balls are extremely important, but you want to get tons of crit rate, and then you want skill cooldown on a crit, so you just get infinite balls. You just slap in the man's face left and right with them. So she has a very specific thing. At any rate, the Heron's just chilling with the artificial construct of Kira's dead almost girlfriend. Well, and also this guy who tried to kill them, this girl who tried to kill them, this guy who tried to kill and rape them. Like, it's like a little Steven Universe situation, you know? People say they're sorry. No one's ever really gone. Headers, I just saw an article saying the big names in anime streaming are trying to cut people's internet connections for watching anime illegally. Is that true? That's it. So like, dude, Crunchyroll is a fucking plague on the industry. Everything they do is to detriment of the usual user. There we go. I believe, I don't know if Kyoima's still here, but I think he said something in the server the other day, the Discord server, that Crunchyroll did another interspecies reviewer situation where they bought an ecchi show, and then they were like, "What? This is ecchi? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I just spent $1 million on it," and then stopped airing it, and now there's no legal way to get it. So weird that it happened twice, I guess. Kind of insane, honestly. That's actually I don't really like that, if I'm honest. I kind of like her having the longer sword. Crunchy making money releasing anime and using the money to fund DI in anime. Yeah. Oh, she's probably gonna look good. I love this hat, dude. I love officer hats. The problem I always have, especially when a character release, I don't even want to bother dressing them up. Dude. So base, we're getting jiggle physics even despite the like armored breast cuffs. I don't know what to fucking call these. Tit plates. I love you, SAO Fractured Daydream. I only wish more people did. Alright, but oh, that's interesting for the aid request. They try to oh, so if you join aid requests now, you get a guaranteed legendary. I mean, that's cool. I appreciate that. They still didn't fix this, by the way. If you have an aid request, it overlaps. You get legendary at max level too. That's base. I mean, you get everything max level if you do an aid request. The main problem with this game right now. Wait, this is World Tier 1. Alright, I guess we're gonna play Sachi. I think I'm gonna be alone though, because I think I joined. Oh no, I'm with someone. Are you also gonna play Sachi? Okay, well I guess I'm not playing Sachi. That's fine. I wanted to play Philia anyway. That's that was short-lived. What do I want to put on here? Especially because she has double jump, I guess. So the meta is to use Flight Master and always be doing jump attacks. You guys sexualizing Yu-Gi-Oh in my chat room? I'm sorry for raping Yu-Gi-Oh. I'd do it again. Quintella in this game probably. Yeah, no, that's in character. That's not even a meme. There's a really good scene where she's like flirting with Kirito and like trying to, you know, she's trying to groom him, right? Trying to give him the joy of the dark side or whatever. Dude, she's so fucking soaked throughout it. It's really good. The villains are so fun in this game. I am never going to guard, so I'm gonna take that. I guess we can see Sachi in action every so often. What do I even want out of these first? I feel like we just go for the AoE. Yu-Gi-Oh! I need to get back into watching Yu-Gi-Oh! I've stopped midway through GX. There's just, it's actually crazy. I need to open every chest now. Oh wow. Does Sachi have good healing? Which, I thought it was just like a field, but I feel like I was getting healed from across the area. Okay. Maybe I'll just go into free roam so I won't have to worry about this problem before I end the stream. But yeah, I need to get back to Yu-Gi-Oh! But I'm too busy watching terrible Daredevil shows right now. What is this? HP at intervals? We're gonna eat that. Like, it's just such a fun mechanic because there's just so many mods you don't want throughout any dungeon run or raid. Like, never again am I gonna have to suffer through, oh, flight gauge recovery up. Also, I'm not jumping at all. Whatever, worry about at the boss. Is this... Oh, I need to go the other way. I guess the only technical downside is like you're gonna increase attack by 40. You're always gonna want to grab mods. So that means you're gonna be going out of your way a lot, I guess. Not a fan of games where your main, your fastest option is spamming roll/run. Like I feel like good game design is just like the run button is always the fastest form of travel. Always feels weird doing these low-level missions and actually getting refresh for healing. But again, the main problem with this right now is what they do for worlds, as you can see, because I jumped to a World 1 quest, is they need one queue that is just all of World 1, one queue that's all of World Level 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Because right now every level is its own thing. And I feel like even if this game had like a better population, that just would not be a good design. It's like the one quality of life thing they refuse to do. Because they're always doing little things that are nice, like the free legendary and stuff now when you join an Asia quest, like that's nice. There's always something I'm like, oh, that's cool. But you know, be better. Goodbye, Barbara. I'm probably leaving after this too anyway. I literally, around the 5-6 hour mark, that's it. For me. Eat this, pick this back up. Like the one time I've ever gone well, thank you, Vic, for the 29 months.
What's good?
What is good? That is a deep, introspective question that I'm struggling to answer right now. Me right now, because I get to play as best girl, so I am feeling good, quote Sonic the Hedgehog. But what I was saying before I lost my train of thought, there's one time, at one point, I streamed for like 12 hours, and it was one of the worst things I've ever done. And the stream lost to time because this is when I streamed on Twitch, this is how old it was. It didn't keep VODs past a certain amount of time. Because I wasn't like a partner or anything. But it was not enjoyable. It was for a shiny. Calling back to the story from earlier. Yeah, and I might start shiny streaming again once I get to the point of just crowding that Pokemon or something. Just because I miss it. I think those streams were fun, just for talk downs and the hangout. But the only unfortunate thing is we can't do music cues anymore, because that's why we can't get to a lot of those VODs anymore. I had to take them down because you guys can't be twisted. Can I please absorb this? God damn, dude. Take that. Really feeling the fact that I do not have good equipment for this character. But yeah, I might start doing that again when I need an excuse to not play Birth by Sleep. What do you think the shinies that Harley changed color palette base Gengar? You know, like, who's gonna? Alright. I appreciate the question, but who the hell's gonna be like, I love it. It is a very good mechanic that I can't tell when something's shiny. It mostly pisses me off because Game Freak has changed, like, colors before, right? Like, there are several examples of shinies switching colors, but for some reason, for like obvious shit that no one likes, they just refuse to do it. Especially because they know, like, you go to like a new generation of Pokemon, and Gengar will have his like new gimmick transformation for the game, right? And that, when you're shiny, will turn white. So it's like, guys, you clearly understand this is a problem. Why won't you fucking fix it for the actual game, you know? Or for excuse me, for the actual like base. It's annoying. For Poke MMO, I have a shiny map. I think it's called like Eerie Shinies or whatever. And it spruces up a lot of the pretty bad Game Freak ones, thankfully. Was more distinct of a shiny back then. Yeah, he was also more distinct of a shiny back when the colors weren't so fucking washed out in these games. That's a good point, but I don't think it was ever good. Like, just make him white, bro. Make Gengar a part of the Aryan race. That's what everyone wants. Including Game Freak, because again, they do it for the fucking gimmick for me. I miss those shiny hunt streams, good time. Yeah, I'm nostalgic for them. Hello, other Philia. But yeah, again, kind of going to my point, like, who the fuck, who's gonna complain, like, oh no, they changed the Gengar shiny. I miss when it was a slightly toned different, gray or whatever. Yeah, bleach the Gengar, please. Get that man bleached. And Garchomp's another bad one. It's weird. It's always like popular Pokemon too, right? Pikachu has a terrible shiny. I should more color variants to Pokemon rather than just normal shiny. I don't think I'd mind that. I think, you ever hear of Poke Road? I think that game does that. It's like a browser roguelite. Which is like a sin. I would never play it. I would never play Poke Road. I used to have a lot of respect for it. It was made by some like Christian guy, but he quit doing development because he was like, it's taking too much time away from my family and whatnot. It's like, oh, that's kind of sweet. Sad, but sweet. But then his community like tore him apart because he's Christian on the internet. God forbid. So all these problems happened with it, and he gave the game to someone else. The point being, Poke Road does do that. Less rare, but more uncommon. For me, I don't necessarily want more shinies. I need to start that. But I do want. I wish gender differences were more pronounced. Like, they're so minimal in so many Pokemon. I remember during the Poke League, I think we saw a bunch of like beta sprites, and I think at one point they were, but it would be too much effort for Game Freak, I guess. And to be fair, that was something that might actually take effort. Can't have that in a Game Freak game. Hating a man because of Christian father's behavior, usually. Many such cases. You see that shit with Scott Cawthorn all the time, right? The Five Nights at Freddy's guy. That was almost me, fellas, on the last attack. Oh, dude, I love her ending animation with the chest. That's cute. That's good.
早くお宝を鑑定したいな。頑張ろうね。やったね。強いんだね。
A bigger gender gap in 2025. Yeah, I'm making some big propositions, I realize.
強いんだね。見切れるかな。すごく助かったよ。
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty exhausted. I'm just gonna read Sachi's moveset at this point. I don't want to hop into something and get it taken again, but I guess I could go to free roam.
やった。お宝ゲット。最強のトレジャーハンター誕生。
Oh wow, that was a shit ton of missions done. Love to see that. I was mostly curious about her healing. Circular motion attack creates an area where cooldown time is reduced for advanced skills. Okay, I thought it was just healing. Effect is only granted within this area. Okay, so her healing wasn't this. I'm guessing it was this. Healing prayer can be used when the gauge appears. Offer prayer to hear. Oh, my beautiful trad Christian girl. Your whole party holding the button allows continuous HP recovery while the gauge runs out or until the button's okay, so that's good. So she could either burst heal or do a little spouts. I feel like that's probably a very good support for raids, for extreme raids and stuff. Because of the skill cooldowns, you don't always have what you want at the specific point in time. So something that's that flexible is just a C press. Seems extremely useful. String of quick successful attacks. Yeah, and these two are just basic DPS. And it's a string of dual-handed spear attacks. Okay. I could see Sachi actually being very useful in raids. Philia is just a normal DPS, but I do really like her skills. That she can like absorb treasure, and the fact that like this, it means I can just upgrade things. And then you can get even bigger buffs off of it when you absorb when you absorb the buff into yourself. And also, you could probably for a team actually upgrade their equipment that way. I'm not sure if it's universal to everyone, but if it is, that actually seems to be very useful for a raid. Because then you can guarantee everyone has golds and stuff early on. So that's cool. Anyway. Thank y'all for coming for like this nearly 6-hour stream. I had a pretty good time. Some emotions were had, and thankfully the stream didn't break, which is nice, which means I did in fact fix the problem like I thought I did. So that's good for me. Happy to see that. I don't think there's anything else to say. I'm not home, as you can see, because you can hardly see me. So I don't know if there's gonna be a member stream, but I think there's a possibility on like the 3rd. On the 3rd we do it. I'll I'll post in the Discord if that's happening. But I think I should be able to do it because I have remote desktop set up, so I think I can actually run like the Sonic Robo Card server at least. So we'll be card again, but who the fuck's gonna complain about the best game for GameNight going on again? So we will do so I think we can do another Sonic Robo Card on the 3rd. We'll see though. I want to try. I'm worried about how bad my fucking lag is gonna be. I don't want to have to play like you smelly Europeans and with your goddamn 100 ping or whatever. So we'll see. A wonderful stream, Dimitri. Hope you and your funny sounding girlfriend have a wonderful day. Yeah, things have been good. It's pretty late now. It's heading close to like midnight, but other than the Switch 2 stuff, can't really complain. Thank you though, I appreciate that. Thanks for the Kirito Yaoi stream. You're welcome. There were some questionable things being said. I did not view all of them. I have RDP to a remote computer in the same room and there's still latency. Oh, I'm not playing through that computer. I'm just talking about I can use remote to set up the server there and I can play here. But obviously because I'm not in America, I'm gonna have like the type of ping the Europeans deal with. Or worse. We'll see. But yeah, anyway, that's it. Thank you for coming. I had a good time. the rest of you, you probably won't see me till next month. But things should be normal. We're streaming Birth by Sleep, sadly, unfortunately. And, you know, me back to work on the video, I guess. Again, thank you for coming. Hope you had a good time. Goodbye.